Okay. I think that worked. And look, we're basically on time. It's basically 5:30. Okay, music? Should I start some music so that we can get into a recap? Or
Absolutely.
are we feeling eerie music or happy music?
Do
Eerie.
something, sick bastard.
Okay, let's
I hate him more than anybody in this world.
see. What's I don't remember what any of these sound like now. Great. How about this one? There we go. I think that's good. If it goes weird, I'll change it.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get into a recap, I think, and then we'll pick back up where we left off with everybody having a time. So, last session we picked up with the party, I think, heading back into the Crown Capital again to meet up to try to go find Francel Merrick's, which didn't happen. Instead, you guys ran all over town a little bit, hearing more and more about some strange phenomenons going on throughout the city, particularly around the Crown Castle. I believe you guys broke into Merrick's hotel room, overheard what happened to be probably an MLM happening at the end of the hallway, and Gore almost got tangled in some sheets. Then you guys headed back. Wow, my brain. I'm getting there. You guys searched through the archives a little bit more, not really finding much of importance, but a couple extra hints, maybe, before you went back to the castle to talk to Heidi, the woman that you had seen at the tavern the night before, to ask a couple questions about this folktale that you kept hearing about. She was really into it, and was happy to talk as much as you wanted about it, giving you a little bit of insight into the Lord of Mirrors and the differing opinions on how the story began. I believe you guys... What order did things happen in last time? I don't remember. You guys went and talked to Heidi, and then...
Did we, was that when we just tried, we tried to go back to the tavern and stuff, and then we found the mirror or the room?
Oh.
Yeah, we were about to walk back to the annex, and we're like, oh, the door's open.
Yes.
Let's go snoop.
Okay, because things happened in an order that I did not expect, so I don't have it written in that order. But yeah, you guys walked back through the Crown offices, seeing one of the doors that has never been opened in the entire time that Dodie has been there, standing slightly ajar. Having it brought to your attention again, you guys debated for a hot second before opening the door and seeing what was inside. What was inside was what seemed to be an abandoned / forgotten schoolroom with a mirror very familiar to Dodie standing in the corner. Of course, being from one of Dodie's dreams that she has about once a month for the past several years. But you guys debated whether the mirror was a portal, ending, of course, with Gore being like, I need this fucking rock, man, and finding out that it was just a mirror. Of course, it did look strange to Dodie, though the others couldn't see it. You guys left noticing that you had been spotted by a kind of disheveled-looking woman dressed in very, very nice clothing, who then ran off into the atrium, who you then realized afterward was definitely the queen. But you guys moved on, going back to the annex to kind of get yourselves together a little bit, yes? Before the party split up, Gore and Arathar beginning to leave, and Dodie waiting for Victor to arrive. Gore and Arathar walked back through the now basically empty main floor of the Crown Palace. Of course, starting to hear strange popping sounds and drafty winds, and Arathar relenting 5 minutes to go into the atrium to see what was happening. Of course, when all the color in your vision started to fade, things got a little bit more concerning. The drafty wind got a little bit louder, and it seemed that you maybe had walked into a different dimension. Of course, walking out of it took you right back into the real world, and you were able to leave a little bit more freaked out than you probably should have been on a random walk home. But, you know, things keep happening, so before the two of you walked back to Crank Noodle's Tavern, the Tin Cask Tavern, Dodie waited up a little bit longer for Victor to arrive to fill him in on what they found out about Merrick's, aka he's gone. Before bringing up the possible connection to the folktale about the Lord of Mirrors. He did not take that very well, and became rather disgruntled at the fact that Dodie, apparently by herself, had gone into one of the rooms that was supposed to stay locked at all times. He adamantly suggested that there is no Lord of Mirrors, and that this was all a distraction, and that she should not be focusing on this, and should instead be focusing on the work at hand. He left rather upset, and I think we ended with Arathar and Gore reaching Crank Noodle's Tavern, and Dodie just now leaving, I believe, yes? So it is still night. It is... Actually, hold on. Where's the calendar? It is... There it is. Please. No, you're not gonna let me zoom in? Okay. Okay, yes. So it is the night before the 15th of Terraron. So we are now getting into the depths of night as Dodie begins to walk back into town, I believe.
Yeah.
Arathar and Gore, you have sat and requested some ale, preferably without noodles in it. But Dodie, you begin to make your trek through the darkened streets. The lamplighters have done their rounds, and the warm glow of the candlelight lights up small patches of the cobblestone streets as you walk. Everything is settling on your mind, and the events of today seem distant in certain ways. But the walk itself goes by uneventfully. You weren't exactly paying the most attention as you were thinking of other things, but nothing out of the ordinary seemed to happen. So if there's anything that you would like to do on your walk as well, this would be the time to do so. Otherwise...
Don't go to the atrium.
What did you say?
Don't go to the atrium, it's cursed.
I think she's kind of distracted, for reasons.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I think she's just kind of focused on getting there.
Mhm. Yeah. Like I said, the walk goes by pretty uneventfully. It's getting into the evening now, and as you start to approach, you can see that, like always, the inn across the street seems to be bumping. There are people standing outside and inside the tavern area and having drinks and talking and listening to music. And of course, across the street where you start to approach the Tin Cask Tavern, you can see that there only looks to be 2 people inside.
What about Crank Noodles?
You can't see him currently, and that's kind of concerning in all honesty. But you approach the door that still remains closed, despite the fact that it is unlocked, at least the front door. But unlike the other taverns along the street, Crank Noodles does not prop his door open. You're not going to catch him doing that. You have to open the door to get in here. He wants to hear the bell go off when you enter. But you hear the bell go off as you enter the tavern, and you see Gore and Arathar sitting off to the side at one of the very few tables. Gore, of course, looking quite cramped in the small chair. But you enter.
She walks over, pulls up a chair, kind of pulls it a little bit distant away from where you would normally sit at a table with other people. She sits. She looks at both of them.
Well, please. There's been a development. He kind of looks over at Gore. It was your idea. It was his idea.
What? Why are you putting this on
It
me?
was your idea. Because you were the one that insisted that we go. I relented, but you were the one that insisted, so...
You didn't even fight on it, okay?
This is true. This is true.
What?
Leans in close. Hear me out. The atrium is definitely not okay at night. Backs up.
Is there any
The
follow-up to that?
The atrium is, I believe, so to start from the beginning, we were making our way out of the annex and out of the castle, and we began to walk past the atrium and felt like breeze and heard popping sounds, almost like glass or something. Be honest, I was honestly nosy, and so me and Mr. Gore ventured into the atrium, and the color seeped out of it, and I believe that perhaps, maybe, first of all, the atrium is not a normal atrium, or at least but I believe that might be some kind of gateway into something along the lines of what we're looking for.
Just the normal atrium that people walk through hundreds of times in any given day.
Yes.
Only at night.
The hour. There you go. At night. At a certain time during the evening, or when the people leave. Yes, during the night. Right. Simple way of putting it.
I assume that I've walked through the front door after hours before, and this hasn't happened.
Yeah, you've been in the castle at night many, many times, and your vision has never gone black and white before.
This is... if this is the case, it's never been like this before. Like, this has never happened when I've been working late.
Well, maybe it's a matter
didn't
of
happen
things
just now.
isolated.
Did you go in there?
I walked through. I walked past.
You walked past it, but you didn't hear the breeze or the popping like they did.
So you didn't go in it?
I guess not, technically speaking.
You didn't even hear anything as you walked past.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Leans in close to Aerithar. I think we might be chosen.
I doubt that. Something tells me that I sincerely doubt that. Or maybe it's a specific hour, or maybe it goes around the castle at certain every day. I don't.
We could go check it out again.
Something tells me if Miss Lee didn't hear the noises on her way here, our chance might be gone. We thought we were stuck, but we turned around and walked back, and we just came right back out.
I'm glad to see you found your way out. And that you weren't stuck there.
Appreciate it. Just elaborating further on the situation. I don't know what this means exactly, but I feel like it's ominous, but at least it's promising, at least for us. And he looks over at you, Gore.
Speaking of that, I don't think that I should continue to help you with this. Obviously, if I don't even know that what Merrick's wanted me to look at was this, and obviously if he's fucking gone somewhere, then my take is really not wrong, and I really shouldn't be poking my head where it doesn't belong, and I really shouldn't be this fucking stupid.
Why?
Where's this coming from?
Yeah, what he said.
I'm really sorry, gentlemen, but my work is very important to me, and what we found today was not something I should have been doing, and I don't want to risk losing my position for something that I don't even know that I should be doing.
I don't mean to sound irritated. I believe in just today, I asked you not once but twice to go back to your office, and you continue to say that you were quite interested in what was happening, and you believed it was happening for a reason. So I'm quite confused as to where this is coming from. Obviously, your interests lie where they lie, and it's obviously if you feel like your profession's at stake, that's a whole other thing. But at the same time, this is quite a turn in motivation.
It's not a turn in motivation, it's just a reappraisal of priorities.
So on the other side of things, you've been seeing this mirror for what? How many years now? And we finally find it for you, and now you're uninterested.
Probably not even the same thing.
But you said it was. And no one would know better than you, right?
I've been wrong before. So... I really was not supposed to be in there. So...
Well, no one was supposed to be in there, but this is absolutely absurd. Why would you, after 10 years of having the same dream, find something that could be at the source of it, or at least explain to you why it's been happening, and be so passionate and interested in it, and all of a sudden just... It's absurd to me. I don't know why it wouldn't matter, or why it's not important.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence, or none of the other things in that dream have ever actually happened before. I've never actually seen any of the rest of it, so it's probably just a nightmare. I've heard that people have those. I don't really know the difference between that and a normal dream, but... sorry, I'm laughing. She's not.
Of course.
I don't know about the same one.
I was about to say, the same dream or nightmare, an entire decade. Anomaly. You are a religious woman, correct? You've said so twice today, and also several times yesterday.
You know, my father has this recurring dream where all of his teeth fall out that happens, like, right before something really important that happens at work, so maybe it's just the same kind of thing.
But a mirror that leads into a different dimension.
I don't know that it leads into a different dimension. I mean, I don't have any evidence that any of this is true.
Your evidence was in that room, and also what me and Mr. Gore just experienced in some vein or another.
Yeah, well, we like, I don't know, go check it out again. Maybe get some more answers for you. It can't be that difficult. The security around here is terrible.
It also is highly frustrating as someone who is incredibly intelligent about my own knowledge of things and my own... see someone else turn away from something that could help you find out more about the things that you're interested in and that you experience.
Yeah, it's like me giving up on this rock.
Exactly. Great example. This mirror is your cabochon.
I'm sure that if I was supposed to see it, it would have happened before now. And obviously I'm not in control of you gentlemen. I don't know what's best for you. I don't know what's the right thing for you to be doing, but Look, I said that I went into the room alone, so if you're going to pursue this further, you better be damn sure that you're not caught.
They're coming back because someone said that someone advised against it.
Wait, yeah, who'd you tell that you were in the room?
That you have a meeting with what was his name? I don't remember. But that other gentleman.
Victor.
The one. That one.
Listen, he knows my work well, and he redirected my priorities and...
Redirected your priorities?
If I need to be involved in this, she'll tell me.
Hold on. Has he been helping you with anything going on behind the scenes? Like the dream stuff?
He knows most of them.
Uh-huh. Has he been helping you with it?
No. Is
Mr. Victor religious in the same way that you're religious?
Well, nobody's religious in the way that I'm religious, but not in Zurham, at least.
Then might I ask, and I don't know him personally, obviously, but what would he know about this that you wouldn't? And how would he know your motivations better than you?
He knows more than I do. And he's never steered me wrong before. And obviously I got too invested in this too quickly and needed to take a step back to see that if I'm supposed to be involved in anything about this, then it should not come from some random, obviously not mentally stable scholar, and come from her.
Do you think these dreams aren't coming from her because he said so, or just because you think so?
I don't know that this is connected.
Gore, make a perception check.
Oh boy. Ah, shit.
I'm gonna send you guys what Rocky just texted me. Oh no. You should play.
There's not a single D20 in the top of this dice bag. Oh, damn. That's an 18.
God dang it. You're sending us.
You get a strange feeling and look over to your left and see that part of the mirror behind the bar has shattered.
Gore's gonna kind of skew his seat back and stand up. Let's take this upstairs.
Right.
And kind of gestures back to the broken glass.
Does it
looks
look
over at it, starts walking faster.
Yeah, you guys looking over at it. Somehow, in the past couple of minutes while you guys have been talking, the corner of the mirror behind the bar, you know how like bars have like a mirror behind the thing with all the thing, whatever? The corner of it is just completely shattered. And it did so apparently silently.
Can I, as they're kind of heading upstairs, go to the back and see if I can see Crank Noodle working back there?
Yeah.
He's with King.
Yeah, you walk behind the bar and you kind of duck through the doorway a little bit, and you see him standing there with 2 pawfuls of noodles, just back to you, just...
Mr. Noodles. Mr. Noodles. Cover all the windows, please, very quickly. It's urgent. Just cover, not the windows, the mirrors. Cover all the mirrors, please, in the tavern. Just, it's very urgent. Do so very quickly. Thank you.
So with a handful of noodles still, I wanna emphasize it's still in his hand. You walk away as you hear him start to grumble, and what sounds like probably what you would imagine the sound of 2 handfuls of noodles hitting the ground, just as he begins to scurry around. You head upstairs.
Alright. Close the door. Make sure that there are no mirrors in his room, but he's making sure there are none.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She leans up against the wall because there's nowhere to sit.
Gore's kind of gonna approach Dodie. You are the person who makes the decisions, not whoever your deity is, or God. It is you. Don't let other people rule your life. You can leave if you still want to, but there are answers that somebody doesn't want you to know. And you can go get those answers. But you have to want the answers. You gotta stop letting other people run your life. And kind of backs up.
Look, that's a very sweet sentiment to say. But my life is about what she wants. And figuring that out and articulating that to the world because nobody fucking else will listen. Wasn't very polite.
And what's the last thing that she's told you? Her. Not this Victor.
Was the same dream as always.
Then maybe she does want you to go. And do you know what that means? This Victor doesn't want you to do that. That means he's going against what she is saying. So you need to take the upper hand here. Because we're in this shit. There's no going back to your normal life. Because the Mirror Man's gonna come after you, I can guarantee it.
Could you both give me the night to think about it?
As long as you cover up every reflective surface of your bedroom.
Okay.
It immediately points back to Arathar. Hey, there's nothing in here, I don't think, so you're good.
No. No. And just for the record, I lost count of how many people
I went to for help in the city, you were the only one that did. So outside of whatever mess is happening in your life or whatever, whoever tells you what to do, you seem to know what you're doing. And it's been helpful to have you along.
Don't come to my office in the morning. I'll meet you here. First thing. If anything strange happens to your vision again, please make a note of it and let me know, because that really worries me.
It's very worrying in the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, not gonna lie.
I'm sorry, I have to just... Aside from your vision going monochromatic, did you see anything? Any people? Any other creatures? Just you two?
We didn't explore a lot of it, though, to be fair.
No, we turned back almost immediately.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, because of this guy.
Sorry for having intelligence.
I'll meet you both here first thing tomorrow. Yeah. She's gonna grab her stuff and head for the door.
Okay. You get your things together and start to make your way down the stairs. You can see that Crank Noodles has rather quickly covered every reflective surface in the entire bar, and is currently retreating back into the back. And you can see there's a stray noodle caught on his ear, just kind of like hanging a little bit. And you think he probably doesn't know it's there, but it's not the right time to tell him. So he's walking away. You glance back at where the mirror is now covered and think about it for a moment before turning and leaving and walking back out into the darkened streets. You make your way back to your apartment fairly easily, and I will come back to you in just a moment as Gore and Arathar, you are still standing in the dark, cramped apartment that Arathar lives in.
Make sure that Dodie is at earshot. Yes, we're gonna beat up this Victor guy, right?
First of all,
He obviously knows what's going on here with the rock and stuff. Come on.
he said that she didn't know what he did. Like, she didn't know what he... Do you remember what she said about him? She said that he worked the crown, but she didn't know what he did. Gore, how much do you know about governments?
You're asking the wrong guy, Buster.
Gore, traditionally...
I know jack shit about governments.
Traditionally, there's someone that you know that works for the government, and when you ask them what they do, and they avoid the issue and you ultimately don't know what they do, Gore, that's often bad. That often means that that person is dealing in some very delicate, potentially dangerous matters. Now, I don't quite know how... I don't know the inner workings that well, but
I can't imagine that is the same in one place. I feel like traditionally in government, that's probably know what someone does, you know.
Okay, so we're going to kidnap him and then beat him up.
I don't think kidnapping is a good idea. I don't think we don't need to.
I think she knows where he lives. And we could just blindfold him and use different voices.
You both are taller than him. No, that's. Mr. Victor aside,
okay.
I think that the two of us, worst case scenario, the two of us tomorrow should wait until it's evening again, close to the time that we entered the mirror realm tonight. Wait until that time tomorrow to go back. Since apparently the security might be a bit better now that someone who for the government knows what we were doing, or just her. It was
Not
quite
what
nice
we
of her
were
to know.
doing.
Not what we were doing, what she was doing.
Plus, that place wasn't in the atrium, so I think we'll be fine.
Yes, that's true.
I do want to go back there, though. I'm kidding.
I don't believe you. I think that you do want to go back there, but something tells me that you have enough sense now not to.
Yeah.
Might I make a last-ditch effort to ask you something?
Sure.
You were willing to walk into a mirror, into an unknown place, just to retrieve this cabochon.
Mm-hmm.
But before you thought it was in there, you didn't want anything to do with the mirrors at all.
Mm-hmm.
I want this cabochon as well, but even I wasn't willing to do that.
I'm not a wuss.
What?
And I'm willing to get that rock by any means necessary.
Why?
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 Because I need it.
Don't you feel like we've grown a bit closer that you can maybe elaborate a little bit on that now?
I can't.
But you know, you make it.
But remember, you're coming with me, okay? Remember?
I sure am.
Uh-huh.
I sure am.
So you make sure I don't blow up anything. Ooh.
You know what? Never mind. It's. Do you have any other input for our plans for tomorrow? Or are you just going to stay at that atrocious abode across the way?
Atrocious?
It's loud. There's too many people. It's
They have ale without noodles
annoying.
over there. It already makes that place way better than this place.
I like.
No offense to Crank
I
Noodle.
don't. I won't tell
He knows
him
what
you
he's
said
got
that.
going on.
He's very set in his ways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is in his name. I respect it. You ever, like, gone over there and had a drink or two? Like,
No.
loosened up a little bit?
No.
You haven't? Immediately gets up. Well, come on, we're going over.
No.
No!
No. But I would like to sleep. And also, I just said that it was an annoying, blaring place with far too many people for my liking. Thank you.
Well, what are you What do you do for fun?
I don't do anything for fun. Work is my life.
You're so lame. And opens up the door and walks out.
Aerithar will not follow. Just kind of settle into bed.
Gore's getting a room.
Yeah.
And covering up all reflective surfaces.
That makes sense. There is one small mirror in the room that you rent, and you immediately cover it in a pillowcase. So... but you
does his routine and goes to bed.
Yeah, you very easily acquire the same room that you had the night before, and go through your routine, cover up the mirror, and settle in on the bed again. Still too small, but it's pretty nice to spread out. So, Aerithar, I'm assuming you go through your same routine that you do every night. Listen through the floor a little bit, and you still hear Cranknoodles skittering about. No clue what he does at this point in the night. I mean, there's no one even here, but you know, it's comforting that you can still hear him moving around.
He doesn't sleep. Cranknoodles doesn't sleep.
But you eventually go to bed as well, I'm assuming, unless you have anything else you would like to do. Okay, so we're going to go back over to Dodie. You have made your way back to your flat, walked up the stairs, and unlocked the door as you walk into the darkened interior again. Same as it ever was, honestly, inside. But you set your stuff down, taking a moment to kind of just breathe? ? It's a little bit difficult. Your chest hurts. Gotta love anxiety. But you have your space to yourself. I'm assuming that you're going to follow what Gore said.
Yeah, she's gonna first, put her stuff down, water the plant she doesn't know is fake.
Of course.
Go through her nighttime routine. She's got this running through her head. And as she goes into her room, she's gonna do something she never does, which is pray. Kind of lights a candle and sits crisscross applesauce on top of her bed, and just kind of takes a few moments to breathe and kind of center her heart rate. Sorry, I've forgotten the formalities. We don't usually do this very often. Usually it's just the and me, just doing what you want. Look, I know this is a really stupid question to just be asking apropos of nothing, but is this what you want me to do? Because I don't know. And I'm really fucking lost here. And please don't just say the same thing you always do. XO, Dorothy. Blows out the candle.
Make a religion or persuasion check.
Ooh! Fun. I see you in the Google Doc, by the way. Okay, well, her religion is much higher. We're gonna go with 18?
18. Okay. You blow out the candle and sit there for a moment, just kind of trying to breathe and trying to will that, like, ache in your chest away. And also partially sitting there wondering, like, maybe this time she'll be immediate. Maybe it'll come through just straight away. And you're sitting there for a moment in silence. And the frustration is starting to come back. That kind of familiar, just like, yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. This is about how it's gonna go. And it's not that anything changes. It's more so that something shifts. Like the air pressure lessens slightly before becoming heavier. Or that a small curl on the back of your head shifts in place. And you just get this sense of quiet, empty watching. And it settles, and the air pressure resumes to its normal state. And your consciousness kind of settles back into the fact that you're just sitting crisscross applesauce on your bed in front of a blown out candle.
Okay. She's gonna get up, cover all the reflective surfaces in her house, because she forgot to do that when she walked in. And now I'm nervous. And you know, strap herself down and go to bed.
Mm-hmm. You fall asleep with a small amount of difficulty at first, but then once the adrenaline and the worry and the everything slows down just slightly, you finally fall into unconsciousness. And it is dark and consuming and heavy and full of nothing. The night passes. What you assume is pretty quickly. You don't really remember most of it. And as the sun finally begins to peek through underneath the curtains of your room, you feel something as your consciousness begins to return. You can see sky. Black night sky, though there are no stars. Well, there's one star. Then there's two stars. Then you wake up. And Dodie wakes like she normally does, with just like a little bit of a gasp and a shaking of her head, and realizing that she's still strapped down, and seeing that the light is filtering in ever so slightly. And before I come back to you, I'm going to jump right back over to Gore real quick.
Oh boy.
Gore, the night passes for you as well, relatively simply. You kind of dream, though you don't really remember any of it. Most of your dreams are weird anyway. Just kind of don't really mean anything. It's mostly you trying to see how many eggs you can eat or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
But towards the end of your dream, when it kind of falls back into that deep REM sleep of just absolutely nothing, where you feel the most rested, you also begin to feel conscious. There's a slight weight on your chest. Nothing heavy, but it's tangible. And not so much as a voice, more so as a intention kind of filters into your brain with confusion and a sort of interest that leads into doubt. Not of you or what you're doing, but of others. Of purposes. But that intent, that thought, settles into a comfortable presence. And finally it starts to drift, and you start to drift as well, like waves, settling slowly. Not so much crashing as they are just gently rocking, until you finally start to stir awake in the morning. You wake up with the dawn. Nothing in your room seems to be amiss, and you don't feel any different, but that thought lingers, the only part of your dream that you can remember. Aerithar, you don't dream at all. You just kind of wake up in a dark room. That's same as always. Yeah. So, Aerithar, you begin to get up in the morning. Gore, you as well, beginning to get ready to head back down into Cranknoodle's tavern to see whatever that strange cat has gotten up to. Dodie. You unstrap yourself from your bed, get up, kind of look outside for a moment to see that, yeah, it looks the same. Everything's still in color, so that's comforting. You do, however, when you turn to walk further into your apartment, notice something different. One of the coverings on one of your mirrors has fallen off and slipped to the floor.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna walk up to the mirror and take a goose and a gander at it.
Cool. You walk up to this small mirror that you have in your apartment, and it's something that you've used every once in a while when you've wanted to try to dress up a little bit, when you were trying to convince yourself to go to that party that Jen invited you to, and you got all dressed up and you were really trying to, but you kept looking in the mirror, and it was the whole thing. But now it sits off to the side, and you... Sorry, I saw the meme. Chat.
It's so funny.
I'm just gonna...
That's why I am sleeping.
You approach the mirror, cautious and still a little groggy from sleep. And it doesn't seem to be changed in any way. It's not broken. The color, the reflection seems correct. And as you walk in front of it, your own reflection stands there, looking back. And it looks correct. You think it looks correct? But you kind of just keep standing there for a moment. Just studying it. You covered this mirror pretty well last night. It was fully covered. It wasn't halfway hanging on. But the cloth is fully off. Set off to the side, almost like it fell and then situated itself. And you lean a little closer, trying to see the exact details of your reflection or of the mirror. And you then notice something was different. Something about your reflection. Something about you in the mirror was different. You check your eyes again to see if it was like the other, and no, they're correct. You look over your features and your skin and the little mole that you have off to the side, checking if it's still there. And it all is. Something's different. And then you start to hear just a little bit of wind. A small draft, almost. Grow loud and then quiet almost immediately. And it brings a shiver down your spine, similar but unlike the ones that you've experienced before, and you start to back away before you actually hear something again. As if carried by the wind that is non-existent within your apartment, as it says a name. Whispered and drawn out. Mavacel Broadkith.
Can you say that again?
Mavacel Broadkith. I'll say it regularly for you. As it
Cute.
passes, almost feeling like it passes through your head. And you step back again as the wind begins to lessen. And you step back, you look into your reflection again, and everything is normal. You shiver a little bit, thinking of it again, repeating the name once more to yourself, and looking back at the mirror. But everything remains the way it was.
Okay. Does that name sound at all familiar?
Make a history check.
Oh, she's not good at those.
Any other suggestions?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's an 8, so...
No. I will say it doesn't sound human.
Mm-hmm. Can you spell it for me?
Yep. Maevsael.
Mm-hmm.
And then Broadkith, like broad, and then Kith.
Thank you, Cheese.
But no clue where it's from. You don't know who that is.
Just gonna recover the mirror, just out of superstition, and get ready for the day and sprint on down to go see the boys at Crank Noodles.
All right. You get your stuff together, kind of looking back at the mirror one more time before you leave. I'm assuming covering it again.
Yeah.
And then making my way downtown. Yeah.
As I walk, can I make a perception check?
Absolutely.
Oh my god. That's a nat 1.
Yeah, you're freaked out. A lot of stuff happening. You trip over a rock at one point. God, everything's getting worse. You make your way over to Crank Noodles Tavern. Gore, I'm assuming that you have made your way over to join Aerthar.
After his morning routine.
Of course. But
eventually.
Yeah. You join over with Aerthar again. And the three of you eventually, unless Aerthar, you have anything to do. Oh, hello. To do this morning.
No, I was just gonna say he does his morning routine, goes down and sits in like a corner table, waits for the lizard.
The lizard shows up. And eventually so does Dodie. As she seems to have speed walked here, so she gets there pretty quickly. But the three of you sit down at the corner table in Crank Noodles Tavern. He's not here at the moment, it seems. It seems that Crank Noodles is either being really quiet or is not currently here. But, that's not entirely out of the question for him. So, who knows?
Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Yep.
But you see Dodie throw open the door and walk in.
Just real quick question for both of you. Ever heard of a Maevsael Broadkith?
Can I make a history check?
Sure.
Do I even need to roll?
No.
I didn't think so.
Write that down.
I won't roll, it's fine.
You can if you want.
I'll pass. He'll choose not to be helpful on purpose.
Aerthar, you can roll if you want to, but...
Okay.
Oh, -2. And then not being... and just not knowing anything.
16?
No clue.
I have no idea.
Also no idea.
Okay, so maybe possibly was looking in the mirror this morning, heard voice, just that name. So I'm really curious to see what exactly that's all about.
Did you not cover your mirror?
I definitely did cover my mirrors, and then I woke up this morning and this one was uncovered.
I think he's getting smarter.
I guess that's a question. Did the voice have any, gender kind of tones that I could pick up on?
It was very whispery.
Sure.
Is it seductive?
Not really. I'd say if you were to guess, it wasn't inherently feminine.
Oh, cute.
It wasn't. I don't know. Yeah. So...
Awesome.
It wasn't like a deep, hearty whisper. It was more just...
Pippin.
She wants attention.
She's gonna love her.
What a gal.
What a beast.
If you were to guess, it was more on the neutral masculine side.
Cool. Party. Sorry. To be completely honest, it wasn't even like it had just been fallen off by gravity or whatever it is. It looked like it had been taken off and folded, the cover, so definitely on purpose. Not sure who was responsible for that, but
She does.
definitely on purpose.
Pippin knows.
I've been trying to tell us who Macevel Broadkith is, since Gore won't.
Damn.
So valid though, I fucking love that.
This is a PG-13 show.
I think the last 3 intelligence rolls have not been above a 0.
Poor guy.
At least he's trying.
Or sure. Okay.
Somewhat.
Safe to say that, you are in it now. It is following you.
Yeah, you came back, so there's no goes
You're
back
stuck
seats.
here. Womp womp.
Did he say that?
Oh, I love it. I love it
Fully
so
does a
much.
double take.
There's a there's a video that I always associated with Block, but I also think it's very Aerothercore. It's from I sent it to you. Okay, it's the Andy and it's the ragdoll, and it's Andy going. I tell you what, I'm getting real sick and tired of all the dumb things that go on around here. It's one of my favorite things. I digress.
Yes, it would seem that I am in fact in it now.
Oh yes. I would ask if. Hey, can I make a perception check and see if I can hear Crank Noodles at all?
Yeah, sure.
Oh God, please. Please.
He didn't get Crank Noodles. No way.
Take it from me. He's 13. Oh, it's 13, sorry.
He's 13.
You don't hear
Impressive.
any sounds coming from the kitchen whatsoever. You do kind of put your put your hands out to kind of quiet everybody for a moment and listen really, really hard. And you can't say for certain, but if you were to guess, it sounds like maybe there are some noises coming from the roof.
Coming from the roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Multi-story building.
Puts his hand out. He looks up. He's fine.
He didn't lock himself in the freezer.
Is there a freeze?
You don't know. You've never been back there. You don't know what he has. What he's capable of.
Yeah, like, yes or no?
A war criminal back there.
Now, Mr. Gore and I had very, I don't even want to say loose plans, and I don't even want to call it a plan, but we were going to wait until the evening to go back to the atrium. But if this name also seems to be a bit of a priority, I don't want to ask anybody, definitely nobody that works for the Crown, excluded, obviously. Well, you would anyway. Is there perhaps a library around here? Or do you know anybody outside of the Crown you can ask? Shut up. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't look for things, and that's one of the good places to look. It's already not very promising that none of us know who it is, but it still might be helpful. But if you know anyone outside of the Crown that could help, I'm all ears.
I know where the library is, but is there any individual who's like coming to the front of my mind, like, yes, this person won't snitch?
Jen. It's the only person that you know that would not ever on her life ever snitch. Everybody else, maybe.
The realest fish in the world.
If you would like to make some sort of check to try to figure out where to go for this information, you may.
I think the library is probably the right move, because I don't trust any of the bitches in the archive. I'd like to make an insight check to see if I can figure out where to go. That's a 15.
15. I'm going to maybe change your intention of this roll a little bit.
Yep.
And have you try to do a little bit of insight onto the name itself.
Oh, okay.
It's not human. And you've never heard of a halfling name that sounds like that either. With a 15, I'd say you'd probably know that's more of a northern name.
Ooh. How north?
Probably near the mountains.
Talking dwarves? Or are we talking drow? Two very different.
One more concerning than the other.
What? I can't see that.
He starts to think. Kinda.
Oh, Tyler.
Broad pith sounds
I know the answer, but he does not.
dwarvish. Right? Or am I being inadvertently racist?
Can I make a roll to decipher the language?
Sure.
Yeah. Instead of the intelligence.
Yeah, let's do either history or just straight intelligence.
I need to look at my notes.
That's a 23.
23. It does have the structure of a dwarven name.
No, I wouldn't say that is racist. The structure is very... Structure's incredibly similar.
Right?
about all I can say.
Wait, so they're dwarf?
We think.
Maybe.
Weren't we looking for a dwarf?
What?
Yeah.
Who?
The
What?
conspiracy lady said that there might be like a dwarf with some answers or something because she's old.
Oh!
So much has happened since then that I... Screw.
I'm gonna be honest for a second. I thought that you were talking about Merrick's, and I was really wondering how you missed Coney Banks.
I did too. That's what I was like. Are you paying attention to the entire bottom half of him?
If so,
he
why
was
are
short,
you
but in
looking at his bottom half so closely?
What? Just ask him.
He directed it at Gore. Please tell me Gale's frozen for y'all.
Yeah.
I got it. Yes.
Yes. Oh, you look so funny. Yes.
Oh, he died.
Oh boy.
You know what? I prefer it doing this instead of just like freezing me. You know?
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Because at least this is funny.
I was not.
No! Why'd you do me like that?
Because it was funny.
I was not checking out Mr. Merrick's.
Yeah.
But the lady in the stairwell,
Yes.
I am not going to lie, I do not know what her name was. But she said something about a dwarf.
She did say something.
An old lady dwarf that might have some information. And what if I almost said rocket scientist. I'm no smart guy. But those two things might be related.
Okay, so this puts us in the position again where I don't know the name of this person. I don't know where to find them, so we're gonna have to ask Jen. Sorry. I don't talk to anybody who doesn't walk into my office.
He
don't
was
know.
helpful yesterday, so
Great
Yeah,
help.
Jen's cool.
She's a great assistant.
I will choose to believe that.
Not so good at the paperwork, but the knowing things.
She was great at paperwork. I saw her making those little foldable crane football things. Fantastic. Is there a way that you could perhaps... It probably wouldn't be a smart idea for the two of us to go back there right now. So, is there a way you could... You're not a wizard, but there's a thing that wizards do where they, like, tell people things. They get in their heads or whatever.
Aren't you a wizard?
no, I'm a sorcerer.
Oh.
Loved that response. Sure.
Aren't you a wizard?
What?
That's too high a level spell.
Whisper. 16?
What are you looking for?
I don't know. He wants to know if that tone was the tone. Was that like judgmental or was it?
Gore, are you hiding anything with this? Or do you want to make a opposing roll or?
I don't think he would have hit anything.
All right, but do you want to?
You meant
All
it the
right,
way it
cool.
sounded.
Cool. All right. Cool. I figured that. Kind of stares at you for a moment. Yes, and I could do something of a similar vein, but I have to be looking at the person, so I didn't know if
It's creepy.
that was your bag or whatever, or if you just.
It's a sending spell. I'm familiar with it, but I'm not able to. I don't really do a whole lot of magic beyond smiting. Sorry.
Yes, that makes sense.
I can you guys definitely shouldn't be spotted around me. At least not first thing. So I'm gonna walk in that direction. You should probably wait like 20 minutes before you walk toward the castle. I'll get what information I can out of Jen, and then, sneak you guys into the building the best that I can.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
I'm really sorry, this is really convoluted. But you guys are very recognizable.
Unfortunately.
I know wizards can do some kind of like disguising themselves. Can sorcerers do that too, or?
No, and I think some of us can. I'm different. There's different sorts. So I'm not different. I'm not like any other. I'm just saying that there's different ones that can do different things.
Huh.
So I cannot do that. Not right now, anyway. I don't know.
Didn't know that. Yeah. Walk with me a little ways and then, we'll branch off. Unless you want to stay behind for a minute and make sure that Crank Noodles is alive.
He's on the roof. He's fine.
Right about then, you do see what was probably a handful of noodles fall off the roof and past the window.
Same shit as always.
God. Sorry.
I don't mind walking unless you want to bring... I'll walk. It's fine. We'll walk across the way.
Or are you also coming?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Wonderful.
Good to be on the same page.
You three gather your stuff, making your way towards the door, kind of glancing back around one more time before stepping off into the street. And as you begin to walk away, you do turn back around to look onto the roof, and you just catch the tail end, no pun intended, of Crank Noodles disappearing over the apex of the roof.
Terrifying.
That's where he cooks his noodles.
I was so scared for him. I thought the mirror man got him.
Yeah, you said he was silent. I was like, Crank Noodles is dead.
But you walk through the city. The morning is starting to get going, and people are beginning to walk about the streets and go to work or go shopping and carry on with their various chores. The walk from Crank Noodles' tavern to the Crown Center is not that long of a walk. It happens uneventfully. Nothing really seems out of place in the city, at least. But you approach where the gates to the Crown Castle are, so if you would like to split off. Arathar and Gore, yeah. I'm assuming that you linger for a moment in the town square. As Dodie, you head your way in.
Yeah. I would like to go find food.
All right. There are plenty of little street carts around. So
The one with big hammocks in them.
yeah.
Big ham legs.
Yeah, you walk up to one. You don't see any ham legs, but you do see just a full just plate of turkey legs. So there's that.
Okay.
They're all kind of roasted and set out, and you can see that there's a guy behind that who's got like a little roasting pit or whatever that seems to be cooking the rest of the turkey that he just has disassembled.
How many turkey legs is it?
Currently on the plate, 4.
Oh, damn. Hey, can I have all 4 of these?
Huh?
Can I have all 4 of these?
You gonna pay for them?
Oh, yeah.
Then sure.
Okay, sick. How much?
I miss having my screen.
I'll give you 1 silver.
Alright.
Tosses him a silver.
Sold.
Takes 4 and immediately hands 2 off to Aerithar. Here, you need your protein.
Okay. The whole thing.
Drops both in his mouth. Yeah, the whole thing. What?
You didn't even savor it. You're not
supposed to. You're just supposed to eat it.
But he takes the smallest bite you probably have ever seen out of.
We're not gonna leave until you finish those.
No, that's ridiculous. Are they giant?
They're
Huh?
they're just they're just a full turkey leg. Just a big old turkey leg.
Okay.
You know, bigger than a chicken leg.
I was under the impression that they were like cartoon-sized giant. That's what I was imagining. He just, like, as daintily as he can, just kind of tears the skin off and starts to eat it and shrugs. Can I make a perception check and see if there's somewhere, like, in the square to, like, I don't know, just stand and not look. Obviously, I know I look quite large and different. But is there a way I could possibly, like, is there's like a wall or like a semi alleyway in the square where me and Lizard Man could stand?
Yeah, there's several like carts and little marketplace areas set up around the square. Near where the library and theater house is, and where some of the other buildings kind of create this. I say it's a square. It's more of a circle that leads up towards the main gates. So there are plenty of places to kind of stand around and loiter.
Okay. I'll probably walk over to one of the ones closer to, not like a little bit past like the center, but still closer to the front. I'm just kind of relax against a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Gore would like to take this moment to see if there's anybody that he recognizes.
Alright. Make a perception check.
Can he take advantage?
Louie Mama.
Sure. Well, I mean...
Yeah.
I will say
you're
it will
looking
not
for
apply.
people-
Yeah.
You would have to be looking for people that you recognize, because he's looking for people that he recognizes.
Okay, he can just roll.
17.
17. Looking across the crowd, not really. I mean, you see a couple people that you probably maybe saw in the castle at one point, but they're also heading into the castle, so that makes sense. Nobody really stands out as like, hey, I know that dude.
Mm-hmm.
So, interesting. But you two continue to stand for a moment as Dodie, you begin to head your way inside. Walking through the gates and up into the main entrance. Yes.
I feel like there is another option where she can, like, walk through the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that something she can choose to do today?
Yes, let me pull up the map so I make sure that I understand what I'm saying.
Trying to be as nonchalant as possible.
Yeah, you can walk through the front and through the atrium, and then around the kitchen.
I'll do that.
Okay. So you walk in through the main gates and up through the entryway and leading to where the kind of front corridor splits to go either around the atrium or through it. This time choosing not to walk through the crown offices, you walk through the atrium instead. You kind of take a second as you're walking to look around and see if anything seems out of place, like Arithar or Gore recounted. But as you walk, you see people mingling through around the different interior plants and the different seating areas. You look up and see the glass walkways look about the same as always. Nothing really stands out. You don't hear anything out of the ordinary either. But you walk to the back of the atrium to where the kind of side door into the kitchen is, and kind of stepping off from where the kitchen is back onto that little back, just kind of cut through the grass type path. You walk around the back of the kitchen. You can hear the commotion that's happening as people are getting ready for the day. And you take a little bit of a trek over towards the annex, approaching from the opposite side.
Real quick, I'm so sorry. I have to go to the bathroom, like, right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to take a little bit of a break?
Yeah, I also have to pee and get another drink.
Okay, because this is about to get into Gen, and so we probably need that.
We need the savor Gen.
Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna put up the break screen then, and we will be right back. Huzzah. I think we're back. Yes. Okay. So, getting back into it. Dodie, you have just walked around the back of the kitchen through this little kind of pathway cut into the grass and back into the Sarosanct Annex to hopefully get a little bit of information, maybe? As you walk in, you do see that Jen is sitting at her desk with her feet propped up and is flipping through like what looks to be the cartoon section of the newspaper and just going through it. She looks up as you enter. Hi.
I have a potentially one of the weirdest requests I've ever asked of you.
All right.
Do you happen to have some sort of staff directory?
Not here, but there's probably one.
Okay. Follow-up question. Trying to phrase this in a way that doesn't sound racist. If I were to be happening to look, well, I guess I'm trying not to be ageist either, an old dwarven lady, does that ring any bells?
Like in general?
For somebody who works in the castle.
Oh. You mean like here, not like in the world?
Yeah, I can imagine there's a few.
Yeah, probably. I would have to imagine. Like, it was like the whole like fucking kingdom and whatever. Like the lady that works in the castle?
Is there just the one?
I think so. There's not really a lot of dwarves that want to work for the crown.
That makes sense.
But she's been around for like forever, so.
Yes, that sounds promising.
Yeah.
Do you know her name off the top of your head?
No. But I know that she's normally on the upper floors because isn't she like the fucking nanny or whatever?
She's nanny. Right. That makes it so much harder. Okay.
I think so. I mean, like, I always see her, like, when I do see her, like, I don't see her often because normally she's, like I said, like, on, like, the upper floors, I think. But, like, when I do see her, she's either, like, doing something or she's, like, trying to corral that... Well, I'm not going to say that because I don't want to be mean.
This is a safe place.
He's kind of freaky looking.
Not the most healthy-looking child in the world.
Yeah, like, that kid definitely needs more sleep.
I know the feeling. Do you think, hypothetically, that if I were to send some kind of letter on my, like, official stationery, that somebody could get it to her inside the building?
Oh, probably. I mean, also you could probably just ask one of the kitchen girls.
Oh, yeah. They know
like,
everything.
Yeah, they hear everything.
Okay. All right. You're a genius. I probably am not going to be here a lot today, so if, just make notes of anybody who comes by, or not that anybody ever does, although lately.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. I'm not even going to put my stuff down. Well, no. She turns around, she walks back.
Do you want a piece of gum before you go?
Is this your way of telling me that my breath stinks?
No, it's my way of asking if you want a piece of gum before you go.
Sure.
Here you go.
Thank you.
It's pineapple flavored.
Oh, cute.
It's my new one. I thought about that drink a lot, so I got some pineapple gum. Anyway, have a good day.
Where did you find pineapple flavored anything?
It was at the market with that weird guy. You know, like the one that's always on like in the back corner area with the weird cart.
Oh.
I don't know, he sells like weird candy.
Be wary of him.
Oh yeah, he's kind of freaky, but he always like I think he's into me or something because like I can ask him to like order different types of candy and he'll have them like shipped to him or whatever. So
use this power for good.
And gum.
And maybe if it's at all possible, see if he can get some. Never mind. It's too big of an ask. Thank you for your
Just write it down and I'll see if it's possible.
Okay, never mind. Walks back to the kitchen.
She goes back to her cartoons. I love her so much.
What if I died for her?
You walk back over to the kitchen and back inside to where you can see like the bustling happening. Most of the kitchen staff of like the guys making the food are off to the side, but you can see the small collection of like the some of the maids and some of like the staff girls off to the side, kind of like chit-chatting about various things. And a couple of them looks to be polishing silverware, like attempting to work while they're probably gossiping, but just enough that they don't get in trouble.
Sorry. No! Sorry, my browser threatened to crash as I was typing.
No, terrible.
Okay. She's gonna... Is there anything I can do to, like, look nonchalant? Kind of, like, do something with my hands?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're trying to, like, approach one of the tables where the girls are standing, you could, like, carry another box of silverware over there or something. I don't know. It's mostly them just talking and polishing silverware while the rest of the kitchen is, like, preparing food.
Okay, yeah, I've decided to say goodbye to decorum. She's just gonna walk over to them.
Cool. You walk over, they're talking amongst themselves about who knows what.
Sure. She walks up and she's trying to, like, convey... She's trying to channel Jen. She's trying to not look like a nervous wreck.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of, like, walks up and she's like, hello. I was wondering if I could ask you a question.
Any one of us in particular, or just kind of like the group?
Like, posing a question to the room, so to speak, except not like the entire room. Just like specifically you folks, because I get the sense that you know a lot of what goes on around here.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm really bad with names and faces.
Oh, it's
so I'm trying to look for the person. I'm trying to find, well, I have a really important, like, project I'm working on, and I really need to talk to the nanny, except I can never remember her name, and I can never figure out where I can find her, you know?
Oh, you mean, yeah. Like the, like Broadkith?
Yes, that's exactly who I'm looking for.
Yeah. You need to get in touch with her?
Yes.
The, kind of like the girl that seems to be talking for the group, like a couple other of them have like, kind of like whispered as well, like kind of like agreed with what she was saying, but this one main girl seems to be like the leader here. And she kind of leans in a little bit. Okay, so is this like a project for you or like a project for the crown? Because like I can just go like talk to her, or I could like send a letter.
Not really like anything that anybody's assigned to me. It's just, this hunch I've got. So if it's in any way possible, like I don't just want to walk upstairs. That'd be really, invasive. So, if she has ever got time that she could drop by my office, or if you could like send her a note from me, that would also be spiffing.
I mean, I think she's coming down here soon to grab the prince's breakfast, so I could just tell her then.
Yes, if you could just direct her to the annex whenever she has a free minute.
The one back there?
Yes, the building that nobody ever goes into except me and Jen.
Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, you're friends with Jen? That's so cool.
Well, yes.
Sweet. Okay, yeah. I can totally let her know.
Thank you. It's really, really appreciated.
Yeah. Grab a croissant on your way out. They're really good.
I'm definitely going to do that. Thank you.
You grab your croissant.
I could have dropped my croissant. True Dodie girl breakfast of a piece of gum and a croissant.
Girl dinner.
True girl dinner. I am now going to walk back toward the atrium to see if I can lay eyes on Gore and Arathar.
Yeah, I'd say probably about this point would be the time that you guys are approaching, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys begin to walk up towards the castle, you pass up the main entryway, and as you're still outside, passing up the stairs. How many times can I say passing up? Up the stairs into the main entryway, you do pass a couple of people that seem to be talking quite aggressively, though quietly. Kind of standing just outside the doorway, as you kind of have to squeeze past them. If either of you would like to.
I would listen.
Perception.
Yeah.
Damn. He can be a nosy motherfucker, I'll tell you that. That's a 19.
19?
You don't know shit, though.
Arathar? 18.
18. Nice.
Yeah, 18.
As you kind of pass by, it's mostly these two people talking as a couple others kind of walk off. And as they walk off, they kind of look around and then start to aggressively whisper to each other. You hear the one man go, "It is utterly insane that the Crown is humoring this while the skirmishes in the north continue. That is the greater threat to this kingdom, not this random bullshit." And the other person cuts in immediately and is like, "What if it's another artifact like before, like with the shadow?" It's like, "What are you even talking about? I don't know. Never mind. And they walk off. But you continue inside.
Interesting.
Passing through the main entryway, you can see into the atrium as Dodie begins to walk out towards its center.
If I can see them through the glass, just kind of
shaking his head, he'll walk over.
Can I make a quick perception check?
Sure.
To see if there's anybody, I don't know, watching me?
Sure.
Or anybody familiar around, perhaps?
I have a question as well. Sorry.
Yes.
I didn't know if you were talking. The shadow. That's them referring to something in the north, right? Or was that them referring to something in
the
town.
first person was saying that it's crazy that the Crown is humoring this while the skirmishes in the north continue. And the other person says, but what if this is another artifact like before, like with the shadow?
Can I make some kind of check to see if I know what that means at all? If
Sure.
not, if I wouldn't off the top of my head, that's fine.
Make a history check.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm
Dodie, would you roll?
Dirty.
Dirty 20 for perception?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'll get back to you, Erithar, in a second. Looking around the main floor within the atrium, there's nobody that really stands out to you. I mean, like, probably some people that you've probably seen passing in the hallway, but nobody that you've spoken to. You do, however, look up to the walkways of the upper floors and see, just barely peeking around the corner, the prince looking down into the atrium. He pulls back.
Okay. She's gonna, having made her little gestures, she's gonna, like, start to wander back in the direction of her office. Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody should happen to think she's in cahoots with these two. And just kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm. Erithar, what did you roll?
It was just a 12. So.
Yeah. Can't really say. You've never heard of an artifact called the Shadow, so you're not entirely sure to what they could be referring to. The other person that they were talking to, the first person saying how crazy this was, also apparently didn't seem to understand what they were talking about. So you're not entirely sure.
Okay, that's chill.
Gore and Erithar, you walk through the rest of the atrium. It seems normal. Unlike last night.
Well, see about that.
So you continue through the back and out onto the pathway over to the annex. So you step inside as well. I'm assuming, Dodie, you went inside.
Yeah.
You step inside. You see that Jen is sitting there with her newspaper still. Just minding her own business. Chewing her gum. It's pineapple flavored. She's really into it. So, but you all convene.
As soon as they walk in, she gets up and she closes the door behind them both. Okay. So, the woman we're supposed to talk to, this dwarven lady, she's the prince's nanny? Which, you know, spicy. Probably has a lot of dirt on the family. So I've, sent a request to see if she can come meet with me at some point today. Fellas are welcome to stick around because, let's be honest here, Erithar, you ask much better questions than I do.
Okay. That sounds good. I think really just with her, just to make sure we're covering all of our bases. Is she coming here? Are we meeting her? Or are you just waiting to hear back from her?
I asked if she could come here, but if she says, "Oh, come to a different location instead," I'm not gonna say no.
What did you say something?
Oh, I thought you said something. I'm so
Nope.
sorry. I thought you were trying to speak. Okay. Okay. All right. So we definitely want to ask what the overall situation
if she knows anything. Just all. Are there any are there any other specifics that either one of you want to ask, or do you just want me to do all the talking? Okay. That's all right if no. I'm just asking to be polite. Shocking, I know, but...
Yeah, if something comes up, I'll butt in, don't worry.
Yes.
Oh, I know you will.
I echo that idea, that sentiment. Hey, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have?
What do you have? Oh. What is it? Oh my god!
Glue.
It's the spare one, too. That isn't even getting that part of your food robot.
Sometimes you gotta be chaotic. You gotta cause problems. You gotta be a little menace to society.
So sorry.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
I would like to request that we cover up all the mirrors.
Are there any reflective surfaces in my office?
There's a window.
Cover the window.
Cool. You cover the window.
And if she asks, we can just tell her we don't like the sunlight. Or we can just tell her we're being followed by the Mirror Man, but...
I think since she's the one we're asking about the Mirror Man, she's the most likely
going to be fine.
to understand.
There you go.
Of course, we're gonna go take a seat.
I like the awkward silences that keep happening.
None of them are awkward people.
It's great. You guys, I'm assuming, sit or stand around in silence for a while. Are you standing in your office, or... Right, you guys are staying in the office, yes?
I think so. She does reopen the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
At some point, I have a whim that I want to indulge.
Okay.
I think at some point during the waiting, she just kind of leans back in her chair and she looks at Gore. I bet I could beat you in an arm wrestle.
He immediately throws off whatever is there and puts his arm down. Try me, bitch.
Alright.
Where's my strength?
Yeah, this is just gonna be a straight strength roll against each other.
Good luck, Dodie. Well, that's a 20. That was a 23 from Gore. So
yeah, Dodie, he sets his arm down and you go, hell yeah, and you're thinking about it. And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get ready, or whatever. As soon as you grasp his hand, just you didn't even have time to think about it. You didn't prepare. You didn't put any strength into it. Just the second your hand hit his hand, over. It was done.
Gotta add more protein into your diet.
Aerithar, I bet I could beat you in an arm wrestle.
You probably could. And he definitely could, because if he beat you, he could definitely beat me.
Yeah, I'm actually undefeated, so...
I was.
Oof. Not the first time I've heard that.
It's wonderful. You guys wait for a small moment longer. Aerithar, you continue to flip through your books and various things as the other two just kind of sit around, and you can hear Jen in the distance. At one point she gets up and walks around, not really sure what she's doing, but Then you hear the sound of her chair creaking and her feet hitting the desk again. You're like, yeah, she's right back at it.
Stretching her legs.
Eventually, you do hear the door to the annex open and what sounds like a little bit of whispering with Jen, though with Jen's demeanor, her whisper back is not so much a whisper. So you hear her go, yeah, she's just right down there. Just that open door over there. Yeah, just over there. Yeah, no problem. As you hear footsteps begin to approach the door as well. There's a soft knock on the slightly ajar door, and then pressing it open a little bit further to step into the doorway, you do see an older dwarven woman. She has stark white hair that is pulled back into several braids that are pulled up into a very large bun on the back of her head. Her facial hair is trimmed quite short and neat along the sides, and you do see 2 small braids that are kind of done up from next to her ears and behind back into the rest of her hair. She's dressed quite plainly, though quite nicely, in a dark blue dress with matching stockings and boots below. She looks very professional and very much like a governess.
Makes sense.
As she kind of peers in a little bit, looking quite confused. Though it does not appear that the prince is with her, so you at least know that much.
Real quick question. Is Arathar standing or sitting?
He's standing.
Okay. She kind of waves her in. Please, take a seat. She gestures to the open chair next to Gore.
Gore's standing menacingly, so
the
his
only
arms
chair.
crossed in the corner.
She looks in at this sight. Of course. She walks in very hesitantly and sits down in the chair. She kind of has to hop up into it a little bit, but it's fine.
Can I offer you anything? I think I have some tea somewhere, or
Oh dear, it's fine.
Okay. I don't really know how to begin this. So sorry. I really appreciate you coming down here. Sorry. She looks up at Arathar.
Yeah, Gore's tapping him on the shoulder.
He's been like looking at her to like finish it because it's her office to just like do like introductions, and he's just watching her falling apart. I'm Arathar. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Broadkit.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Arathar. This is my associate, Mr. Gore.
What's up?
We are doing some independent research that Miss Lee has sort of helped us with, but we're separate. And she's just your name has been brought to our attention. Our work, our shared interest is connected to goings-ons. Going-ons? Is that how you say it? I don't know. Going-ons.
Goings-on.
Goings-on.
Sorry, how many times can we say it? Sorry.
In the city, specifically in the castle and around the crown, and we have some odd happenings, and we have some reason. Your name has been brought to our attention that maybe you could tell us whatever we needed to know about it. I'm being vague at first to see if maybe you can catch on to what I'm referring to, and if not, I can be specific.
Well, I'm quite confused. I'm not entirely sure who you people are or why I'm here.
I'm Gore.
Yes, so it was said. It's nice to meet you. I have very limited knowledge of the city as I'm normally here, as I'm assuming that you know, since you've called for me.
It's specifically here, within the castle, and me and Mr. Gore are looking for an artifact, and we believe that the artifact has been taken into a separate dimension. And we need to get to our artifact, but we believe that this separate dimension, he is keeping his voice down a little bit and make sure that the door is closed, that this separate dimension is inside mirrors. And there was a fable, historical figure. There's like stories.
She is looking between Arathar and Dodie, just like, what the fuck is happening?
You and me both, sister.
He really just threw her into it.
Sorry, continue with what you were saying. I just needed to have you guys know that she is like...
He knew how to be subtle about one thing, and now he's like, I just need you to know what's going on. She heard your name on the wind.
That doesn't quite make sense to me.
Your name is Miss Mavisel Bronkin?
It is.
It is. Yes, so that was the name you heard, right?
Dear, are you alright?
What a fascinating and deeply involved question. For now, I don't know. I don't know how to explain the ins and outs of it. Question for God, because I forget some things. What exactly did Heidi say that the dwarf lady was? No, or did she just mention that she was there?
Heidi mentioned that this dwarf lady has been around the crown for forever, and if there was anybody that probably knew the secrets of the crown, it would be her. Basically, is the impression that you got.
Yeah, and... never mind.
No, go ahead, if you...
Oh,
yeah,
because...
Definitely.
Why that came up was because they were talking about the different iterations of the Lord of Mirrors, and one of them would have happened when she was working for the crown.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you know about the Lord of Mirrors?
I'm sorry?
Maybe we can start with a more subtle question, which is what can you tell us about the old schoolroom in the Crown Office building?
That one works too.
I do not, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Insight.
Yeah, go ahead.
Same here.
That's a 17.
17. Who else did an insight?
Me. That was just the fault.
Okay. Yeah, you, both of those questions made her immediately nervous. And she very much knows something, but is also very thrown off by the fact that you just asked that straight out the gate.
Gore's gonna step up. Come on, lady, we've been in there. We know what's in there. Come on. Just cough it up.
Hi, why don't we handle this with a little bit more tact, gentlemen? Look, I'm really sorry. My associates tend to come off a little bit strong.
Well, you know, dear sage, that this is not something I am used to.
I know. I'm really sorry. Listen. Do you have a vague idea of what I do?
Of course.
Okay, well, you'd be the first.
We wanted to incite her for that.
You can if you want to.
I'm good.
Okay.
I don't mean to rattle you, but I have been given these indicators by the Sage Queen that are pointing me in this direction, and the mirror in the schoolroom is something that she's been showing me for a very long time. And this morning I woke up and she gave me your name, and I don't know what to do except to just ask.
She gave you my name.
I don't know who else it could have been. She's really the only one who ever talks to me. Directly, anyway.
She looks at you with this very soft gaze, this very sympathetic and knowing look. There are secrets here. Secrets in the Crown family, many, but this is one I was bound to keep 15 years ago. She reaches out and puts her hand on your hand on the table. I do not think you know what you're asking.
I don't.
What are you asking? Because no offense to you, and she looks over to Aerithar, you are asking a lot.
None taken.
I am just trying to figure out why she thinks this is important for me to know. And I understand that things are complicated and I'm probably asking a lot of you. She needs me to know.
I was bound to keep several secrets for the king and the queen. This one, the one that springs to mind, of course, is the most serious. I want to help you. But if you do not know of my dear boy, then I cannot. She pulls her hand back.
What does that mean?
But if you do find this desperate secret of the king and the queen, the one that they ignore, send for me. The servant girls can keep their lips sealed. They will always be able to contact me. She looks at you again, and she makes eye contact with you, and you can see her face soften again. I apologize. But if you are to know the secret, then I am not bound to not talk. You're looking in the right direction. But I must get back to young Wharton.
She looks up again at Arathar like she's like scanning her brain, trying to think of something that she might be overlooking.
The my dear boy, is that I don't know, is the only boy we know of or have heard about, is that the prince? I'm just asking you, DM, if you've mentioned anyone else his age.
So far, he's the only one that that you can think of that is a boy in the castle. But she also doesn't seem to be talking about him when she says that, because she then later talks about young Wharton. She says his name.
Yeah, that's kind of what I...
She stands up as everybody else has kind of gone silent, and she starts to walk towards the door, kind of saying "excuse me" to Gore as she does so. She kind of scoots off to the side a little bit.
I think, unless you're going to say something, okay.
I'm curious to know what you are interested in doing.
Just Gore things.
I will, real quick, to kind of in response to... Oh, go ahead.
No. I was just... Gore is going to ask a question. That's what he wanted to do.
Go ahead, ask a question.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think as she brushes by him, he's going to kind of glance down. What happens to the atrium at night?
What happens to the castle at night? And she reaches for the door handle.
This cryptic bitch!
What if she's not the one who told me your name?
She stops.
I assume because she's the one who sends me, but maybe it wasn't her voice because it was coming when I was looking into the mirror, and the more I think about it, it didn't exactly sound feminine, but I also don't want to assign gendered voices to a literal deity, even though she is a queen. It's a whole thing. But what if it wasn't?
She turns around and looks at you, and you see, just like as if you just now saw it, as she kind of has her hand up on the door handle, that peeking out from beneath her long sleeves, you see a gold bracelet with an emblem of the Sage Queen on it.
Oh my god!
If it was her, you would have known.
It wasn't.
Then it was someone else. I have already said too much. But the last thing I will tell you is that there is a sickness in the Crown family. But it did not start with my boy. I must go now. And she begins to open the door.
There it is.
And unless anybody stops her, she nods to all of you, smiling slightly, and then walks off down the hallway. Dodie, you feel weird.
Yeah.
You hear the doors to the annex open again as you hear Jen kind of what's probably was her trying to wave, but she had a newspaper in her hand. And the doors then close and you are left in Dodie's office again.
Oh boy.
What time is it? 10? 10:30?
Yeah, probably
Something
around
like
then.
that?
Yeah.
She opens up her desk and she pulls out a very cheap bottle of red wine.
You uncork it, just like and just, I'm assuming straight from the bottle.
She's gonna offer it to her guests first.
Yeah. Unless you
Yeah.
unless you have multiple glasses.
It's 10 in the morning.
Ah, screw it. Reaches over.
Starts to reach for it as Gore just takes it.
Hands it over to Arathar.
I assume Arathar will be allergic to it.
takes a quick swig, hands it over to Dodie.
I think we started a little bit too hot, guys. We gotta cut that shit out. We're not gonna find any answers.
I didn't know where to start. I thought that we just cover the vague base of it, and then I thought that the overall thing was. I will take responsibility for that. I'm not.
I probably could have said literally anything useful in those first 5 minutes.
Well, afterwards you were incredibly useful. We got something out of her. My dear boy. I don't think that was the prince.
There's definitely a dead kid in a mirror somewhere.
Dodie.
Oh God.
The water is rising for you.
What does that mean?
There's something unresolved that settles in the back of your mind.
What is it?
Something's unfinished. I don't know what. I don't know why. But something is not finished. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to crown politics 15 years ago. I was too busy learning the alphabet.
I don't know. I hardly know anything about the crown politics, so...
I don't even know the alphabet.
You sure don't.
Oh, I love him.
No one needs to be a plushie more than Gore.
Peter, don't make me in the marketable plushies.
Peter! By something unfinished. Just to dig a little deeper. Something unfinished just in general? Or something unfinished as to something we've done that we haven't followed up on?
I assume it's the latter. Can I figure out what the fuck this feeling means?
Sure. Make an insight check on yourself.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty insightful. 19. I forgot how numbers work.
It's like that. That feeling settling into the back of your mind also feels like it's dripping ice-like drops down your spine. It feels both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. And you continue to think and try to scour your brain for any piece of information, and it's just becoming difficult to not feel that chill and not to feel that unsteady hollowness again. As you try to really think about it for a moment, it starts to feel more familiar. And it starts to feel like the world is becoming farther away and your vision is receding. So if there's anything that you would like to do right this second.
Oh, God. Oh boy. I don't know what to do except to start frantically flipping through the dream drawer.
Okay.
For something that
you start
might scratch the air.
You start to... Arathar, you're talking to Dodie, and Dodie kind of spaces out for a second, and then immediately turns around and starts going through filing cabinets. Just pulling out different files and looking at them and setting them down, and to go through them. And Dodie, this feeling isn't really going away. It's kind of just getting stronger. And as you're pulling out different parts, you pull out one of your more recent dreams, and setting it down and flipping it open for a moment. And it kind of feels familiar, and then you're kind of remembering what happened in it, and then you start to get that feeling again as if you were dropping down the side of a canyon. And the feeling of your stomach dropping, and that cold sweat beginning to prickle over your forehead and down your back, and you're starting to shake a little bit, and it's beginning to feel ever more present.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Canyon. Canyon.
Gore, Arathar.
Shit, okay.
Arathar, like, she starts going through shit, and he kind of, I mean, he's standing already, but he kind of steps back away from the desk, to kind of let her go crazy. And he's not, like, saying anything, but he's staring at her very confused, and kind of looking over at Gore every now and then. Presuming she's probably doing something useful, but doesn't...
She closes the file, sits down, puts it back in its place. Okay, remember last night how I said I don't know that I'm supposed to be involved in this?
Yes.
I'm starting to feel like this is my life's work. This is leading me to this exact moment. Like,
oh, no
this
shit.
has something to do with, like, why I was made. So... Okay. Okay. Well, I just knocked something over. I think it was a tin of spices. Okay. Something hinky is going on here that's deeply, deeply connected to the gods. So that's fun.
Yuck.
I couldn't have put it better myself.
Might I ask the specifics of what brought on this revelation? I don't doubt you. I'm just
some familiar sensations. I get these kind of signals when something's really important. And this feels like really important. So, okay. So we've got to figure this out. So there's something that happened 15 years ago with this family.
That started a sickness, but it wasn't my boy, or her boy.
I mean, I have to assume that whoever her boy is probably this Lord of Mirrors fella, or is at least, like, connected. Because it seems like her boy is the one whose voice I was hearing when I looked in a mirror this morning. So, am I, like, oh man. Oh boy.
I wonder... I don't think it's far from it to say that maybe it could be this Lord of Mirrors himself. There's the whole point of the story is that he started kind of living in the mirrors and being, you know, ominous and whatnot. And if that sickness started that long ago and she was quick to be like, he didn't start it, that would make sense. I don't know why she would be calling him that, but still, even without that, that's not too far off.
Okay. I'm gonna scour back through my notes real quick. Okay. Please hold.
DM, just quick question.
Yes.
The Lord, it was a Lord, right? It wasn't a prince or anything. Like, it was just a Lord in Diremount that was the Lord of Mirrors, right? So he wasn't...
That's the stories that you heard from Heidi were that one was that he was a lord that felt slighted by the crown, and the other story that she told was that he was somehow a part of the royal family or was somehow part of the nobility or something, and was slighted that way, and had come to be known as the Lord of Mirrors.
Okay, cool. I know that is all presumable what we heard. I just wanted to make sure that she specifically said Lord and not Prince or King or anything.
Yeah. Laura, you doing anything?
He's just vibing. He doesn't know what's going on right now.
Let's let that.
I'm theory crafting, but he is not. The pain.
Miss Lee, you're Mr. Victor. You really don't know what he does for the town. Like, you don't even have an inkling.
I know I have what you gave me, which is just she has a vague idea that he gets sent places when things happen. If I think really hard, can I think of anything else?
She knows that he works in the political sector with the crown, specifically having to do with like political operations and possibly military type stuff. And you know, as have been confirmed recently, that he's in such a standing that he can tell guards what to do. So
delicious. Sorry.
He's consulted on political matters. I think some military stuff. I guess depending on how long he's been here, he probably might know something about if it was a political matter. I mean, if it's the entire family is politics. It's possible.
And you that this matter is connected to the gods, and you've told him about your dreams, about all of it, in like explicit detail?
He's seen most of the files.
Cord leads over to Arathar. I think we go with my plan.
Holds his hand up. Oh my god, my phone. It did not fall on its face. I'm wondering if we want to play devil's advocate here. If perhaps this lord was slighted and like legitimately, and maybe did something to
I don't know, fight back. I said something to argue, and maybe he didn't put himself in the mirrors, but maybe someone else did. And maybe what?
What if it's got to do with that shadow thing?
Oh, the art. Oh, were you listening as well?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm nosy too.
I believe that was an artifact that they were referring to. It might, but it seemed to me that had something to do with the. I'm so sorry, I didn't write down every word of that conversation because my brain cannot multitask. That the shadow had something to do with what was happening in the north, like an artifact up there, or did they not specify? That did not have anything to do with it.
They said this one, the one that they found, could be like the shadow one.
Yeah, it was the person. It was the first person saying basically, "I don't know why the crown is so interested in all of these academics." Blah blah blah. When there's skirmishes happening in the north, they should be focusing on that. And the other person was like, "Yeah, but what if this artifact is like that artifact?"
Okay. Maybe. Like I said, it was more of an artifact that they were referring to, but it could. It didn't sound familiar to me. I mean, that isn't much, but I'm just looking at things from different perspectives, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Does this shadow artifact ring any bells?
Make a history check.
10.
Not really. Your fingers do start to feel numb, though.
That's fun.
I mean, we could just ask the mirror dude. I mean, he hasn't tried to kill us yet, I think. Possibly.
I think he has been listening to us, though.
And your whisper, if it was from him, maybe he's trying to help us out.
I didn't really sense any intentional malice, so if it was him, he just wanted us to talk to her so we could be started in the right direction. So
Gor's already standing up, never mind.
Dodie, that numb, tingling sensation is crawling up your arms now.
Buddy.
And you're starting to feel kind of lightheaded.
If I'm not already, I'm gonna sit down.
You kind of shift back in your chair a little bit further. For Gor and Arathar, she is starting to look a bit sickly.
Yo, you good? Dodie?
So if he just wants us to get into the right direction.
Would you like to stop for a moment?
Igor's starting to approach the desk.
You start to walk up to the desk and you watch as Dodie lifts her hand up to kind of grip at her temples a little bit as her eyes roll up into her head.
Oh.
Dodie.
Oh boy. This has never happened while unconscious before.
Everything goes white.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Molly's trying to eat my laptop charger.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you wouldn't. I really wish you wouldn't. Sorry, everything goes white.
Yes. Your vision goes white for a moment, and as it returns, she can see the sky. The wide blanket of black indigo fading along the edges into silver mist. She's looking up, body long since foregone, in favor of trickling liquid glass. The molten ichor of her lifted, floated up, becoming pinprick stars on that velvet stage. Shifting then, the stars become striations, wind and light throwing her to Yoon's surface again. You catch glimpses of your transparent hands and parchment wings before you collide with the grassy surface of a field, the dirt rippling and breaking around you like ocean waves. The pain did not register through her clear, crystalline nerves. Instead, the impact ricocheted through this grass sea, the ancient muscle memory of the earth. The jolt of whispering blood that never spilled. Again, the sky began to twist, an empty, familiar gossamer haze filling the hollow heavens. She pulled herself from the wake. Watching the craggy rock skin fold back into a crater, Dodie stood, feeling each joint between her bones moan like scraped cello strings. She attempted to turn what should in common reality be her face towards the indent center, but as she lifted her vision, she was again pulled. Someone was behind her. Someone was within her shadow. Dodie's eyes burned in the blinding dark. The cold, empty song was filling her lungs, pushing air out in gouts of bubbling shrieks. Ice-like and numbing, her skin was becoming distant to her. The warmth of the grinning sun, a scorching memory as she began to climb. The winding eternity of stairs suddenly before her, turning from sand to stone to something else entirely. Soon her limbs were pushing, scraping, vehemently seizing at the strange, glimmering treads. She could hear her body fracturing through the clear, ringing tones of city bells. Someone was ahead of her. Finally, the frenzy warped and contorted until she saw nothing but agate and bleeding jasper. And the haunting pluck of her puppet strings fell into a diminuendo, and half of her heart left began to beat slower and slower, and this is where the familiar vision changes. Again, she was back in the city, staring out across the emptying streets under the setting sun, the world quieter than she knows it to be. Her vision moved, blending colors and sights as she passed small, crowding groups, clusters of life under the watchful, looming towers of the crown. She began to hear whispers again. I heard he isn't of crown blood. A bastard child, that's why he's cursed. Show respect! The poor queen, after all she gave. Mercury-tinted blood was running down her hands, cold and trailing. The castle walls colder still, stone growing around her bones, cracking and breaking them into place. The whispers sounded in her ears like a symphony of noise. She could see the shadows now, how they moved and warped, how a child's silhouette bled into the carpet, achromatic and haunting. Her metallic blood was spilling faster now, gouts of reflections filling the floor, seeping into the pocked and undusted tile. A hand was reaching for her, pleading in discordant, shrieking tones. What was given was lost now. You awake with a gasp, suddenly back into reality, breathing again as your eyes begin to see beyond yourself, the burning cold panic settling deep into your diaphragm. For those watching, Gore and Erithar, you watch as Dodi's eyes roll up into her head and her body almost start to seize for a moment. You can hear crackling around you and the sound of flipping pages, though there is no apparent source of the sound. It is overwhelming to see in a moment, and the air almost seems to get colder around you before she snaps right back out of it and grips at the desk in front of her.
You back?
Wait.
Oh God, I'm so sorry that you had.
Are you alright?
It was a child. It was a child. It was a bastard. Dead. Some kind of curse on him.
The Lord. Do you need anything, first of all, before I... Alright, is she sitting down or is she standing up?
She's sitting down. She's sitting at her desk and fully just gripping at the top of the table.
Or is actively leaving the room. Pokes his head out. Hey, Jen, you got a glass of water or something?
I can go get one.
Can you do that for me? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I want to stretch my legs anyway. And you can hear her pitter-patter off.
Walks like the mayor from Powerpuff Girls.
Erithar kind of hesitantly walks up closer to the desk, very slowly, but not completely. Did she show you something?
Can you send me the text of that?
Yes. You have the first part of it.
Yeah.
But I will send
Do you mind
you
just the rest, like, below it?
Yes. Let me do that.
Wait, can you send it into a door document?
Yeah, I'll send it in the Discord.
Thank you.
Do you just want me to send the whole thing?
Sure.
I'll just send the whole thing. Where is it? Come back.
Oh, the lore machine.
Okay, there we go. Hold on. I don't know if this is going to be too long to send. We'll see.
Maybe.
Beep, beep, beep.
Many letters.
Oh, come on, computer. You can do it. Okay. We'll do it in 2 parts.
You can do it.
Damn it.
You want to talk about having some demons.
Except visions.
We'll start up here, maybe. This one?
Love her.
Oh, stop it.
She's not having a good time. No.
Oh, my computer is having such a hard time.
It's like that.
There. Okay, I think it's sent in order.
Yes.
Oh, please calm down. Okay, I'm gonna let that computer sit for a second.
Sure.
Did you guys get it?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Pour over this real quick. Trying to remember what happened because my heart was beating so fast. I was registering so little. Mm. When I say that she showed me something, it's not like watching this like little snippet of, oh, here's what happened. It's she likes her symbolism, I'll tell you that. Just there was another child who was under some sort of curse. I assumed that there was just something slightly abnormal about him, and they decided that that means he's wrong. Fine. But that child is definitely dead. Definitely dead. Or, I guess, trapped in the mirror.
How long ago did Miss Broadkith, did we hear how long ago she said she served the crown? Was it a whole 15 years, or has she worked here longer than that?
She said that she was bound to keep that secret 15 years ago.
Okay.
Heidi said that she's worked here forever, so presumably for a while before that. I think he's calling out to me.
About this time, you do hear the door to the annex open, and little footsteps pitter-patter back in.
I think Gore would kind of open the door. Thanks, Jen.
Here you go. No problem.
Closes the door and then walks the glass of water over to Dodie.
She grabs it. Her hands are still kind of shaking. She picks it up and she takes a couple sips. I'm really sorry about that. People shouldn't see that.
You could hardly help it, could you? Apologizing would not necessarily waste good time, so no worries.
So, now that we have a vague idea of who this is and what we're dealing with,
can probably assume that this was definitely... Sorry.
Bless
oh my
you.
god. Jesus. This is Jesus. Might have been the boy that Miss Broadkit was taking care of at the time.
Yeah.
Most assuredly. I would say we could just go back to her. The question is, do we need to have a name to go back to her? Is this something that is just going to be even more cryptic whenever we bring even this to her?
I mean, she said if we find him, which is grim considering we're pretty sure he's trapped in the mirror dimension.
What if we asked him?
I was about to say, we could just let him come to us.
She's gonna get up,
I'm sure Jen's got a hand mirror.
shuffle out to the other room, open the door. She's aware of the fact that she's still very much sweaty and shaky. Do you happen to have some kind of compact with a mirror in it, or...
It's really funny because as you say that, she swivels in her chair and she's currently applying blush with a mirror. Do you need it?
Mind if I just use it for a minute or 12?
Yeah. She holds it out to you.
Thank you.
You feeling okay?
No, but that's fine. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
She goes back into the room, she closes the door, she puts the mirror down on the desk. Okay.
Mirror on the wall.
Alright. Let's have a seance. I need you guys to know Molly is like on the desk, asleep behind my computer.
Aww.
Oh.
That door? There's a fucking ghost in the mirror.
So, you set the mirror down on the table.
I'm gonna start looking at the mirror.
Cool.
I can't wait to be sucked into this mirror like it's Jumanji.
You stare into the mirror. You see your reflection as well as a little bit of blush kind of dusting the edge of the mirror.
All three of us just...
In this tiny little mirror. Oh.
Like a magic word we gotta say or something?
We could just...
Wait, hold on. Hear me out. We say some secrets. He likes to show up at any time we're talking about secrets.
Like, secrets about him? Or...
I don't know. He just like... He always cracks the mirrors right after we get done talking about some, like, important stuff.
If we're going to be sharing secrets, I would really love it if you started, Gore.
Well, that's too bad. I didn't mean personal secrets. I meant maybe like crown secrets.
I need you to know I can handle like 0 criticism right now.
You are an egg I would absolutely love to crack. Looking at Gore.
I like eggs.
I
know.
I like twains.
Us being stuck in the mirror dimension.
Here, I got this, guys. Oh my goodness. You'll never guess what I just learned about the king.
Wow.
Arathar, you're never gonna believe this.
What?
He might be dying.
Holy shit, finally. Thank God.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Technically, we're all dying.
He's got an illness.
What kind?
The bad kind. and he might not survive.
Looks over at Jody, points at Gore. That man has never been to medical school.
Looks in the mirror. Has anything changed?
It looks like a mirror.
Okay.
I think we might need a bigger mirror. Wait. We might need the mirror.
Well, when we were over at Mr. Noodle's establishment, the glass was breaking over there. Maybe we don't have to be looking. Maybe we don't, our eyes can't be on it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's shy.
Down.
Gore turns around.
I hear that. Ooh, they're really up to some bad.
Yeah, oh man, I hate the Crown, actually. Man, the Crown are such bad people. It sure would be a shame
I get the point.
if this Lord of Mirrors came and agreed with me.
Headed for treason, so maybe don't. Just drop your voice a little.
It's sarcastic. I do hate the Crown, though.
Sarcasm doesn't show up well in a transcript of the court of law.
Well, that's too bad. Has anything happened?
To the mirror?
Looks back at the mirror.
No!
Gore takes... It touches it. Alright, I give up. We're gonna have to go back to the mirror, guys.
You guys have just been talking.
Or perhaps we could stick with our original plan. Wait until it was later at night to go back into the mirror dimension, and maybe he'll find us there. But then again, we don't know that it will be there, so...
I mean, we've got plenty of time.
Gore.
Just the exact...
Yeah?
Frustration.
God damn it! Gore puts on his thinking face.
Oh no!
I would say maybe one of us just stands next to the atrium until you hear wind blowing or gas popping, but we all look like not like anyone else.
Arathar, the atrium comes
Yeah.
later.
Not you, me and him. You're fine. You just have very pink hair. And you're very tall. Other than that, that's fine. Gore, what'd you say?
He said Arathar, that comes later.
Well, I don't know. That's going to be easier than trying to get into a mirror. That's
Hold on. Let me try one more thing. Hey, mirror dude. We know your mom. That didn't work either. I give up.
Make a persuasion check?
Oh my! That might be a lie.
What's my persuasion?
Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
I bet
Hold
Gore's
on, okay.
is-
This is a... Okay, I'm using my thingy to roll that again.
Your thingy? His dick.
19.
19.
I have to
You
mark.
look down into the mirror, the three of you all humoring him and looking down into the mirror as he says this. And Dodie, I want you to make a perception check.
No fucking way. No,
So
that's a dirty
funny.
20.
Nothing happens to the mirror itself.
Uh-oh.
But you swear for a moment that there is a bookshelf behind you. And it...
Like the same bookshelf in the other room?
No. Like a library bookshelf.
Oh, fun.
But you blink and it's gone.
This is ridiculous. Why doesn't he want to talk to us?
Hold on. So it's... Just to make sure I'm not crazy, is there a bookshelf behind me?
No.
Just your gaudy filing cabinet.
What'd you say?
Just your gaudy filing cabinet.
Gaudy? Right, because a second ago, when I was looking in the mirror, there was a bookshelf behind me. A really tall, like, well-stocked one.
The bookshelves from the room.
No, not that one. Like, one in a library.
Gore runs his hand over where she would have seen the bookshelf.
It's just a window and a filing cabinet. Nothing.
I'm not feeling anything.
Of course you're not. It was in the mirror. It wasn't actually there.
Wait. Was it like the one from the room? Sorry, I was not paying attention. Never mind.
She looks up at Aerithar like, help.
Are we talking about like an archive bookshelf? Like one of the... Or a library bookshelf?
Did it look like any of the shelves in the archive?
It didn't have the glass like the archive. It did look... You didn't really get a very long look at it as it was a split second. It was, like you said, very well stocked and very large.
Out of curiosity, there's not any kind of library in the castle aside from...
There is.
Like... Great. Is it like a private one for the family, or is it a little more collectively used?
One moment.
Oh boy.
I'm just double checking. It is not on the first floor, so it is technically not public.
Damn.
But there is a library within the castle, and then there's also the Crown-sponsored library that's attached to the theater that was never finished.
Yeah. So there's a private library there in the building, but there's also like the big government-y one over by the opera house where we were yesterday.
We want to stick with the theme of it being involved specifically in the castle. That one might be better. However, he has shown up all over town.
I'm running back and forth here because on the one hand, going somewhere that's very much not... We're not going to fit... We're not going to look like we belong there. Sounds dangerous. On the other hand, I feel like a Crown-sponsored public library, you're not going to have information about a murdered or, like, mirror-dimensioned bastard child, you know?
No.
probably. I assume this is one that you have to, like, be asked to go into, or, you know, be sent by someone.
That's the general vibe, right?
It's on the upper floors, which normally people who just work in the building or people who are not invited to the upper floors don't go up there. But so you're not sure if, like, the library itself is locked or anything. You just know that it's on the upper floor, which people can walk up into. But if you walk up there when you're not supposed to and somebody's like, yo, are you supposed to be up here? And you're like, no, they're going to be like, get the fuck out.
Makes sense.
There are, like, meetings held upstairs, but they're, you know, private.
Not my department.
Library? Nothing in your department? Sorry.
I know.
Wild.
I'm gonna be honest, I've dated a couple of librarians. I don't know a lot about the libraries.
Are you on good terms with any of them right now?
I don't think I've given them any cause for complaint.
So one that you find less annoying than others? Unless they're all annoying.
I wouldn't say annoying.
Because normally if your conversation hadn't gone south last evening, I would just be like, you could go up there, you could ask, you know, about it, and you could get in there and whatnot, but I'm afraid that I don't know. If there's anybody that you could ask, I know we're asking you to ask a lot of people. Or, I don't know.
God, I'm really stumped on this one.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a check of some sort?
Yeah.
What you looking for?
Honest to God, I am just trying to figure out which one we're supposed to go to so I can hatch a plan. So I guess my question is, I wonder if, like, there would be enough difference between, like, ooh, royal private library, kind of like ornate shelving, versus, yeah, stick books for the plebeians, you know, IKEA shelves.
So you're trying to remember if the shelves looked a certain way?
Yes, like, that's the only thing I can think of to, like, make this distinction. She's not smart.
Interesting. I will also give you a free piece of information because she would know this working at the castle. Because of the size of the library, it is on the second floor above the municipal offices, not above the crown offices.
Fascinating. Okay. Fascinating.
Because it is quite a large library for a castle, basically.
Right. Oh, so it's, like, clear on the other side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
But, so I'll give you that piece of information. And she would know that there's the Crown Library down in town with the Opera House. That is like the equivalent of the public library. You know, it's the largest one in the city because it's the one connected to the theater. So it's ginormous. But a large portion of it is like books that you would find at a public library, and she would know that. The library within the Crown Palace is actually open to the public sometimes. If you're looking for a specific book for a specific reason, you can gain access as like a civilian or whatever. So people are allowed up there, but only for specific reasons. So she would know that as well. So it's not like a private family library.
Okay.
So if that helps whatsoever. You can, however, make an insight check if you still want to.
I think I got it.
Okay.
People can go in there if they have a specific goal in mind, like a specific book. I don't really know what to be looking for, except like look around and see if I can find that specific shelf, which is not very likely. I'm trying to surmise if it would be more inconspicuous for me to just go up there or to send civilians.
I mean, we could just stick to our cover story that we're doing research on the rock that we were told to look at. Nobody knows otherwise.
Why does he keep coming up with best ideas?
I don't know. It's very frustrating. I think I'm getting in my head a bit because I don't know inner workings of certain things very well, and I don't know. So good on you.
I only think sometimes.
Very helpful right now. I was going to say I think it would be less obvious, and I feel like less alarms would go off if certain people were to see me and him up there instead of yourself.
Yeah. I think that I agree with you. I just don't know what I'm sending you guys to look at beyond. You seem like a really smart guy, Arathar. I'm sure you can figure it out.
I can think of like 5 different things I can say we'd be looking at. The first thing that came to mind was arcane focuses. Maybe. I don't know. So I'll just, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll just say something, By something, I mean, on the walk up there, I'll come up with a better thing. Yes. Yeah. Do we say that you sent us, or do we just ask them if we can look? Is the question. What would be more convenient for you?
How about this? How about I come up with something, I don't know, some kind of book I'm looking for, go up, you guys follow a few minutes later, we'll divide and conquer as 2 separate parties. Cover more ground. That way we're not splitting the party, so to speak.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Okay.
MK, say that for me one more time. I'm so sorry.
She suggested that she goes up, like, with a cover story, starts looking. You guys follow with a different cover story, and we can divide and conquer.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Okay. Well, I've got a pretty... Hang on. Solid cover story. I can usually get away with saying, oh, you know, it's sage stuff, it's god stuff, and most people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and they just let me do my thing. So...
bullshit away through things. Makes sense. Yeah, I'll just probably say that as that we're asking more about artifacts and what, that we lost our lead, so we're coming up here to look for more information.
Think about something that's really inconspicuous, because if you say, oh, I'm looking at artifacts, they might have some problems, so...
I'm not going to say artifacts, I'm going to say something else.
I just want to make sure that you don't get your ass thrown in jail. Alright. I'll wander up. And I guess I'll run into you guys up there in a minute.
Okay.
I'll meander.
So you make your way back into... Do you walk through the Crown offices this time, or through the atrium?
No.
Atrium?
She goes through the atrium.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You walk into the atrium again. It's a little bit less busy now as it's getting towards into the afternoon by this point. And you make your way over to kind of the front entry area that connects to the atrium where the large staircase upstairs goes near the municipal offices. And you can see that the person sitting at the desk over there kind of vaguely sees you approach, and then as you kind of stop near the staircase, she actually looks up to see you. Hi, did you need something?
I needed to pop in for a minute. I'm really sorry. I'm looking for a very specific book on, like, cultural shifts and religious intent, and I thought maybe I might find a copy up here. It's really important. It's obviously for my work for the Crown.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just, if you want to check one out, you have to bring it back down here.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. She goes back to whatever she was doing. You make your way up the winding staircase and into kind of the hallway that leads into the library. You can see down the opposite way where it connects to the walkways over the atrium and into a much larger and very nice looking hallway on the opposite side. Much more decorated with more elegant sconces and lights, and definitely a more elaborate carpet that runs down the hall as well. But as you turn back to the side that you're on, you look over to where there are kind of like interior glass windows almost that are like patterned into diamond shapes with the iron between them that lead into the double doors of the library. So you walk that way, and you can see as you first walk in, there's somebody like restocking the books and like putting them back in the other places, but they also look to almost be finished putting stuff away, and they barely acknowledge you as they go back about their work.
Yeah.
Boy, she is so not smart. Yeah, I guess just know where to begin with this one.
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
That's okay. I guess just start getting a sense of where everything is and see if something might spark. If you want to like get the guys up too before you start discovering things.
Yeah, I'll say that she starts to walk around a little bit, trying to get her bearing and how the library is set up. It is quite large, and you can see that there is kind of like a second floor as well, with the little walkways and the ladders. But she begins to walk around. Gore and Erithar, you wait a couple moments before making your way towards the front, where you're assuming the staircase up to the library is. As you walk up, you can see that the woman that Dodie was just talking to is kind of like switching out with a different person, like their shifts have ended, and so she's walking away, and this new guy is coming to sit down as you begin to walk up to this desk.
I swear, if we got the guy who takes his job too seriously.
No, please.
You approach, and he looks up from where he's just set his stuff down.
Hi, good afternoon. We were sent here from one of the people in the offices. We're looking for books on odd weather phenomena, arcane or otherwise. They told us to just come up here. We haven't had much luck anywhere else.
From the library?
Yes.
Are you scholars?
Yes.
Have you filled out the form?
No.
This motherfucker!
Yes.
Do you have it with you?
He turns to Gore. Do you have it with you?
He's gonna stand there. No.
Did you lose it?
Breaks out his rucksack and starts acting like he's going through it.
My associate intern, he's shadowing me. Can I make a deception check, please?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh my.
I can't believe you just called Gore a scholar.
He ate the papers.
17.
17. Okay.
Oh boy.
He goes, well, I have an extra copy. And he pulls out an extra form on a piece of parchment, and he sets down what looks to be like a fountain pen as well. If you do not have your other copy, that is fine. If you could just fill this out so I can file it.
Thank you. I'm just giving him small tasks to do, and he's not handling any of them well. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Hi.
Shoots Goril.
He nods and kind of
he'll fill.
pushes it towards you and goes back to unpacking his bag.
Okay. The form. Is there anything specific I need to bullshit on the form?
It's like it has a place for you to write your names and why you're here and like what topics you're looking for and yada yada. But there is a section for like place of study on it. If you check the scholar box, there is a place for like institution that you're a part of. Also, do you put your real names on this, or do you put something else?
No.
Gore leans over. Ben? Dover.
He's gonna put Ben Dover for Gore's name and put like an accent above the E.
Dover.
It's for his own name.
You're gonna go bend over and he's like, no, it's Ben Dover.
I'm thinking.
This is so important now.
I'm thinking of stupid elf names.
Erithar, I've got one for you.
And he's gonna start to write the fake one. Go ahead, say it. Oh my
Mike.
God.
Write it down. Write down, Mike. Hawk.
Under place of study, he's gonna put Archtenum.
Okay.
That feels safe. And he's gonna hand it to him.
So, real quick, you put Ben Dover for Gore. What did you put Mike Hawk for Arathar?
No, I did not. I said what I was putting. Is he fucking no? He put Zenith Michaelis for his name.
Okay.
So still Mike is in there, but it's spelled wrong.
Okay.
Ben Dover is also spelled as absolutely like beautiful as it can be. It's
cool.
so obviously not Ben Dover. You have to squint. It's like
with the accent over like the O for over.
Bendre Overe or something like that.
Yeah, cool. You hand the form back over, and he takes it, and he kind of vaguely glances over it. And he sets it back down, and you see he files it away, and he's like, okay, you can go right up, Mr. I'm unsure how to pronounce that. But you can go right up.
Thank you, appreciate it. He's gonna
It's
walk.
Uvar.
You
grabs Gore's arm and takes him in there.
You go up the stairs. You both as well see the walkways over the atrium and the opposite hallway, very ornate. And you go into the library as well. You do not see that person who was filing books at the front like Dodie did. They might still be in there, who knows. But you walk into the library as well. Now that all three of you are in there, you can see the very tall, towering bookshelves. I mean, absolutely jam-packed with novels and tomes and ledgers and all sorts of things. You can see that it extends up onto this kind of second floor type overhang thing with more shelves and books, and there are actually a couple tables kind of shoved off into some of the corners so that you can go through the books as well while you're up here. It is a little bit crowded, but it is still a quite well kept library. It doesn't look very often used, but it is clean. So, if you would like to look for things or do things or whatnot.
Yeah. I'm gonna start. M-Page, you want to say something?
No.
No? Okay.
I was looking at my
can I start roll an investigation check on, I guess, family records?
Sure.
Just to kind of become acquainted with names, and also from that, if I could... It's weird, it's like a branching off thing. I afterwards try to, like, when I familiarize myself with the names, kind of go to other things and see if I can find those names and other things, and just names, just wherever I could find them.
Okay. Roll an investigation check. The other two, what are you doing?
I have kind of a double-fold approach. Her first one is to look to see if she can see the very specific shelf from the reflection. But since I know the answer is probably not, unless she rolls like a nat 20 -1, which is what it will be, look for the spot that looks like, ooh, those are the restricted books. We don't go in there. See if she can find those. And then, perceive if there's any, like, guarding happening around it,
Cool. You can make I'm going to say those are probably perception checks, unless you specifically want them to be investigation checks.
Nope. I would love them to be perception checks.
Cool. Gore?
He's gonna try his damnedest to look for a book about artifacts.
Okay. You can as well make an investigation check unless you would particularly like it to be a perception check.
Yes, please.
Because he is just kind of perusing. Arithar, you are searching, so...
Yeah.
So I think I am first going to start with Gore, because you are kind of looking at different sections and is the most vague, and I'll work my way back towards Arithar. So, Gore.
18. Perception.
You start to peruse around, fitting yourself between some of the smaller walkways between shelves, and just kind of begin to look for anything that looks probably like it says the word artifact. You said 18?
Yeah.
You're walking around for a while, and you think you know what the word artifact looks like? Pretty sure if it was in Draconic, you would know it for sure. But most of these books are in Common, so it's a little bit difficult. And you're walking around for a while before you walk in front of a book with a very large title on the side that you're staring at for a while. You don't think it says artifact, but you think it says another word that seems familiar. Not sure what, but
He's going to grab it.
It caught your eye.
He's going to grab it and immediately try and find one of the other two.
Okay. You grab that. Dodie, you're looking around. Your perception checks.
22.
So you were looking for restricted section and what else?
If I can find that one very specific shelf.
Right. Walking around, most of the shelves look practically identical.
Makes sense.
So it's hard to say, especially because you're trying to walk kind of slowly to really catch sight of everything, and it's all starting to blend together in your brain, and you're walking, and occasionally you're keeping an eye out for that person that was walking around as well, that you haven't seen them in a while. But it doesn't look like there's many people up here. You managed to walk out between some of the different aisles and look up towards the kind of raised sections, and you do see off in one of the corners in this upper section where there is a gated part where the railing kind of curves off and creates almost a kind of railed doorway that sections off a different set of books and shelves.
Party!
So, there is no, posted guard outside of it, but you also don't know where that person that was up here went.
I, have no concept of where they are.
You can make a different check to see if you can find them, but you will be, searching for them. It's very quiet up here.
Okay.
Of course, you're also on the main floor where all the shelves are, so your vision is quite blocked.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way up to the second floor.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
Okay. I'd say probably as you are making your way up to the second floor, climbing up one of the ladders to reach this kind of railed walkway, Gore, you find Arithar, who is, absolutely searching through, crouched down, looking through the different titles. Arithar, you've picked up a couple books already and kind of, holding them and searching through the rest of them, as Gore kind of walks up holding this large black leather-bound book.
What? What
just reaches out.
What does it say?
Shadowfell. Big ol' shadow right at the front.
Yep. Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Guo, do you mind holding on to this?
Yeah. There's in a sack.
I'm in a bit of a... I'll look at it in a bit. It seems like it might be important, so I'm... Well done. And he just keeps looking through the last little bit till he looks over things.
Okay. Aerithar, what did you roll?
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna message you, but you continue.
Okay. Jeez, chill. Aerithar, you collect quite a handful of books that seem like they'd probably be useful or probably be about the topics that you're probably looking into, I'm assuming, I'm guessing. I'm kind of guessing at what you're looking for. And you walk over to one of the kind of more secluded tables and set them down to start looking through them. Is there anything that you are looking for first, particularly?
I guess at first to just kind of just for him more so, I guess also for me to familiarize himself with names of like the main family tree.
Okay.
And then kind of the different like eras and what led to like how each like king and whatever and queen whatever changed or whatever deaths. That death probably won't be in these, but just any deaths at all, any notable thing, any sicknesses, just anything even in passing.
Okay. I might have you make a secondary investigation check as you start to go through these books, but it's more so to know which books will have what. It's a me thing. Get it. Love her.
She slipped.
I think it's like literally the same. I don't remember what my peaceful was. I don't remember that. I can't. Oh no, 17.
17. Okay. You begin to go through these books little bit by little bit and just absolutely scouring through the information. What you notice is that the common history is more accessible. Like the very vague bits of information about the crown and history on the kingdom itself and its history between like allies and wars and things seem much more accessible in these books. You are also noticing that there is a surprisingly small amount of recent history in these books. It seems all to be quite old. There are, however, a couple bits and pieces of different books that talk about the royal family and its history. And you notice, as you start to compare some of the generations, that each generation leading up to the most recent has gotten smaller. Leading to the current king, who is known as King Reinwald Diremake. He was an only son. And his wife is known as Mielle Diremake. Mielle. And of course, now their son, Wharton Diremake. You can see kind of past generations, but nearly everyone in the Diremake family seems to be dead. Including the previous king and queen.
Okay. Can I ask a specific question about something you mentioned?
Yes.
And to check. About the generations getting smaller. Is that just overall, like, since since as far back as I could see, or is that it had been like in a certain amount of time?
Probably about the past 4 generations, I'd say. Each one has gotten smaller.
4 generations. Okay. So a while.
Yeah. Probably about 3 or 4, somewhere around there. It seems that the Diremakes used to have very large families and now have very small families.
He's making notes as he's going through it. And just for giggles, I guess, he kind of outstretches his hand towards Gore for the book again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Gore left.
Yeah. He gets so, like, into reading it, and he's like, wow, and he's writing things down. He's like, oh, yeah, get...
Where did Gore go?
I sent you the message.
Oh, right. I see. Please open. There we are. Cool, okay. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. You make your way off that way.
Damn it. Okay. That's a 17.
17, okay. I will write that up in a moment.
Okay.
Because I do not have that written out already.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. But Erthar, you look up and Gore is just gone. Just nowhere in your vision. Are you getting up to look for him, or are you just...
I am. I would like to stand up and start to walk around the shelves and look in between things, trying to look as inconspicuous as I can. Can I make a perception check to see if I can find this lizard, or do I just... Okay.
He's so tall. How do you lose him?
I know. He's natural 2. He was in the zone. A natural 2 that ends up being like a 6.
Yeah, you are immediately, like, you stand up having absorbed this information and start to look around and completely lose your bearing of which direction is which direction in here, because there are windows, but they're so high up and everything looks the same, and it's... But while that happens, unless you have something specific, I was going to switch back over to Dodie.
You're good, I just think it... Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Dodie, you climb up onto the 2nd floor, and I'm assuming begin to look around a little bit. If you would also like to make a perception check for What's-His-Face, who was walking around, you may.
It's a nat 20.
Nat 20. You look down from your new vantage point and can see that this person is still within the library, is now on the complete opposite side from you in a back corner shelving a different set of books, but it is still here.
Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah. I would like to assess the security system that's going on here.
Make an investigation check.
Oh boy, I would like to do that. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It does appear to be locked.
Makes sense.
It does appear to have several locks.
Makes sense.
That are all increasing in size, I guess. Difficulty, whatever.
Sure. Complexity.
Yeah.
Do there appear to be any kind of, like, enchantments on any of these locks, or is it just good old elbow grease?
You're not seeing anything that looks immediately enchanted. Not much in this castle is.
Mm-hmm.
Except
Makes
for
sense.
very specific places. But the Crown family don't tend to be magic users. So.
Boy, oh boy. Just peering in to past the grate, is there anything that like immediately stands out to me or is like calling me?
Make either a perception or investigation check.
Oh boy. 21.
Kind of peering through this kind of grated doorway, you can see that there are several shelves within this small section, all constructed the same way as below, though the books on them do appear to be visually different in some places. There are what appear to be more ledgers here than below, as well as like more novel-bound books and things like that. And there are some what looks to be like heavy sets of scrolls all wrapped up as well. It's more diverse in type of literature in this section. And you said 22?
21.
21. Same shit. Staring through, you do immediately begin to see some books in reference to the royal family.
Cute.
As well as a couple ledgers that look particularly old or new, both, in an odd way. There's like a really, really, really old looking ledger with a very, very new looking ledger stacked on top of it.
Fun. Okay. How to get in here.
I would say also about this point you look over the ledge and do see Gore wandering through some of the... And he does kind of like stop and like look at some of the shelves and then just kind of keep wandering.
Where is the person who's working here in relation to me right now?
They have wandered. They are like complete opposite side of the room from you, and they have just wandered behind a couple shelves to start putting away stuff. You can barely see them over the shelf at this point, but they are beginning to kind of... You can tell they went to the corner and are making their way down the wall a little bit. So they are currently passing behind all the shelves that would obscure them from vision and are about to pass over to the other side where they will be in your vision again. Like once they make their way down the shelf.
Fascinating. Oh boy. Now is a time where I really wish I had spells of some kind. Man.
This is so funny to me. Sorry.
Oh man. Okay. I really hope this works. As I'm peering through, do I see anything that looks like it might be at least tangentially related to my line of work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is a... Let's see, which one would that be? Yes! Haha! There is a book of songs sung by Gier worshippers.
Yay! Okay, great. Awesome. I'm gonna go find the person who works here.
Okay. You walk back down, passing by Arathar, who looks to be, like, looking around. Walking past, over towards where this person is just now pushing the cart back out into, like, this main walkway area, and stops.
So sorry to bother you. I'm trying to get in and out of here as fast as I can. I'm really trying to focus on this project. I really need one of the books out of the restricted section. I'm really sorry to bother you.
Oh, you work here?
I'm the Glass Sage, yes.
Ah, yes. Okay. Sure. Show me what book you need.
Here, and she takes a second. She kind of scribbles the title out and hands it.
You trying to look at... just come up.
Thank you.
And they just lead you up to the section or whatever and unlock the door. I have to finish this. Take what you need.
Thank you so much.
Make sure to check it out downstairs.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And they walk away.
You can snoop in the restricted section.
Cool. Every time you say you're the Glass Sage, they immediately go, yeah, whatever, okay. So
I can't wait till we leave the city. That's not going to mean anything.
So they unlock the thing. You walk past Arathar again with this person. Arathar, you watch Dodie pass with this person who works in here, just as you see Gore round a corner and just immediately go out of sight again.
I have a question about, I don't know if this is what you're about to describe. When she puts Dodie in the cage,
Nobody in the corner.
When she leaves, does she close the door behind her, or does she leave it open?
It's open. It's not a very large section, so it would be like closing Dodie in a cage. So she just has the door open up there, standing in the doorway.
Okay. But she doesn't walk away, or does she just leave it?
Oh, the person that was working walked back down and whatever. Dodie's the one standing in the doorway.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to her, and just kind of gesture to the books that I have to look up. Just ask her, what the hell is that? Oh my god! Well, that was not his accent. It's Slovis!
Did you just ask her if she could do that for you?
Yeah.
I had to fill out a form.
You had to fill out a form?
Yes, I did. I'm going to go in there with you. I don't know if he keeps popping in and out of...
Well, he can just... As long as he doesn't hurt anything, I really don't care.
He's gonna follow her to the restricted section.
What are they gonna do in there? Oh my god!
Restricted actions in the restricted book aisle.
Sorry, one second.
You're good. I'm gonna finish catching up on my notes.
Blue, how much longer we got?
That depends on what you do after this. Because there are two directions this could go.
Okay.
I have a little bit more planned. I know it's taking a little bit longer, but there's something really important that I'm trying to get you guys to.
Are we in the right room?
Yes.
Good.
You are. Okay. You accompany Dodie up into the section. It is pretty small, but you both can stand inside the section comfortably and look at the books. Dodie, you do see that book with the songs in it, but that's not really why you're here. And you look back over to the section that has the family information, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That is, my eyes are on the prize. I'm looking at that new ledger, baby.
Cool. Arathar, you can also make an investigation check if you would like to look at all of the surrounding books for anything else.
Okay, yes, I will do that.
Okay. Dodie, you immediately pick up this very new-looking ledger. You can see that as you pick it up, it does have quite a bit of dust on the top, but compared quality-wise to the other ledgers, it is much newer. Whether that means that it is brand spanking new or the rest of these bitches are just ancient, you're not sure. But you do pick that up. So you can begin to start going through that if you would like.
Oh, absolutely.
Arathar, what did you roll?
16.
16. Sorry?
No, go ahead.
You pretty easily see the section that Dodie had immediately seen of the kind of family section, including several different books and several different records, it looks like, regarding the family. Some of the books looking much newer than the ones that you saw on the lower level, kind of giving you the idea that these are probably the more recent ones that have to do with the more recent history. So I'm assuming you pick those up and start going through them.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to go over what you find first before I get back to you, Dodie, if that's okay. I'm just going to read what I have in there because you're holding the book, and I'm assuming he is flipping through every page.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's literate.
Because he is nosy as hell, and he has restricted materials at his fingertips. So, for several generations now, the number of royal children born has been decreasing, leading to the previous king having only one son, as you learned in the other books lower. What seems to be a recurring theme is this tragedy of family within the Crown family. The previous king and queen actually died quite young, leaving their barely of age son to rule before he and his lover were betrothed. The new king had taken a liking to a noble girl before his parents had passed, yet she was not an allied choice according to the other nobility. She was set to become a dancer for the Royal Dance Academy and Opera, and an adamant worshipper of Gier, but she had no political teaching. The two fell in love despite this kind of uppity opinion of the nobility, and the two became an inseparable pair and were married soon after the death of the previous king. This supposed kind of colloquially known curse of the family continued. The king and queen, after their marriage, tried for years to have a child, and yet for years continued to fail. Finally, one day, after just years and years of tragedy after tragedy of the pair trying for a child, the king and queen finally fell with child, and it was kept quite close to the crown's chest, despite it being treated basically as a miracle. Of course, they kept it quiet in case anything went wrong, as many times it had before. But finally, their son was born. And this is the part that was excluded from every other book is a single name, only written once on this page. The son born over 20 years ago, Saphael Dorian Diremake.
Spell, please.
Syphael, Saphael Dorian Diremake.
Over 20 or over 15?
About 21 years ago.
About 21.
Hey.
As you look further within the ledgers, all mentions of this crown prince end 15 years ago with his death. The details of his death are extremely vague and barely mentioned, and after that point, in all of these ledgers and books, there is zero mention of this first prince. But Dodie, I'm assuming you are going through this ledger?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you roll before? If you don't remember, you can make another one.
Very good. Dirty 20.
Okay. Then I'm just going to read to you what I have as well. In this ledger, you open it kind of getting some of the dust off of the front of it, and see that it is only about a quarter filled. Notating initially at the very front of it is the initial construction of the library and theater. There is a request for new acquisition of arcane materials and artifacts. It details out after that some of the specifics of the theater and how it is to be constructed and who to contact about the different materials needed and things like that. The library, of course, was finished first as more attention seemed to be put into how the opera house was constructed more so than the theater. It seems that much more detail was put into that. Again, this acquisition of arcane materials and artifacts comes up again. And then as you get further into this quarter-filled ledger, you start to realize what seem like more personal requests. And then when you get to a section marked about bringing cargo from Miel's home, you realize this was the king's ledger. And before the writing stops, you see notations become sparser and less detailed, more vague in construction, now dictating broad information on a newly acquired artifact. And then on the last page, before it returns to being blank, the words that immediately pop out to you as you just kind of skim through this ledger are the words planar and offering.
Hey. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Don't do this.
Don't do this once again.
But you both finish up reading about the same time.
Good strength, well done.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Well, we have a name.
You have a name?
I have a name. I found a name.
I assumed that's what you meant.
Yes. Okay. All right.
I knew you have a name. Not Arthur.
He's
He's written stuff down. By the way, as he's been flipping, he's been writing stuff down. So he just opens it and kind of shows Jody the name instead of saying it out loud. Sapphire, Dorian, Dyernick. I have a question for you, DM. Damn. Will you go out with me?
Can't date God?
Damn.
Not yet.
One day.
You gotta be level 20 for that.
Whispering Companion.
What's the Mier? Queen. That's Miel, sorry. That's the queen. The current queen, right?
Yes.
So, from what I'm understanding, or from what it says, not from what I know, this is obviously the first son that no one talks about anymore, but in your vision, you learned that he was a bastard, correct?
It was an assumption being made. Which, if she was that desperate, it's not exactly historically unprecedented.
I don't think anybody can particularly blame her. Something else of note about that is that he died about 21. He was born about 21 years ago. Sorry, my notes got flipped in my head. But 15 years ago he died.
So he was 6 years old?
Yes.
Grim.
Very. I feel like I've kind of... Yes.
This is just a question for God, simply because I'm curious and I don't believe that there are any coincidences when it comes to you. Is his birthday perhaps listed among any of this information?
Probably.
Is it any kind of notable date?
Are you asking Arathar to look for that? Or are you taking the book from Arathar or anything?
Well, he's flipping through. I figured she might be just like glancing.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I'll say he's got the notes and he's looking at them and he's kind of showing it to her for reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I thought you were showing her where you had written down the name. I understand now.
Yeah, it's kind of everything.
I would say probably because of how alert you are, Dodie, with the everything that has happened today and yesterday, that you would notice that as he flipped through the pages that you do see the date, the 16th of Terroron.
Oh. That's not a coincidence.
Did she do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we were born on the same day.
You and
this
one.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I'll be 21 tomorrow.
Oh.
Like exactly. Okay. Totally. Did you just realize how young she is?
No, I have come to an unfortunate conclusion.
Which, wait, real quick, sorry. Gore, are you doing anything during this?
Nah, he's just wandering around looking for books.
Sick, cool. Are you still looking for the same things?
Well, I got another one for you.
Cool, send that my way. Continue back over here with this conversation.
Question for God. Gier is the name of the Sage Queen, right?
Gier is the name of the Whispering Companion, her twin.
That's right. The gods' proper names I'm not used to yet. But
yeah.
me neither. You know?
Yes, Oliel.
My God, doesn't he yet?
Oliel is the name of the Sage Queen.
Well, I'm going to write that down because I'm going to forget it.
Olaplex.
I'll listen to her for a second. What did you say?
I said Olaplex.
Something tells me that's probably not a coincidence.
Considering the episode I just had, like, at the very vague mention of him, probably not.
Also, you know, the things leading up, the dream leading up for a decade up until this point.
Question for God.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've ever established this. Here. I gotta text you this.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, great. Oh boy.
No.
Guys, I think we found my soulmate. He's trapped in a mirror. But we found him. She is fully like going over Earth's notes and just. Okay.
Would it be an inappropriate time to ask you about your childhood at this moment, and if any of that is perhaps significant to
I wouldn't
your
love
origin?
to, but I'm gonna have to answer this question. I'd rather just answer it once, so maybe like we just keep collecting information for now, and when we find Gore again, I can explain it all then.
What did you find?
I found the king's personal, like, business kind of ledgers, like, the details for the construction of the opera house and the library, stuff that he wanted brought over when he and his wife got married from her home, and this vaguely concerning collection of words, which I don't really understand most of it. I'm not exactly a magic kind of person, but I see here the words planar and offering.
Oh, that's terrible. That's no good.
You seem to be alarmed.
I feel like, yeah, that's a natural response, but specifically, the term planar hand offering as, like, overall, that sounds like generally just a bad thing, but is there anything specifically he knows about it? Can I make an intelligence check? Or an arcana check? Or I guess it wouldn't really be arcana.
Yeah, make an intelligence check. Let's do that one.
Smart boy.
Okay.
Oh. This is just not fun.
Dirty 20. This is terrible.
Dirty 20. Planar immediately makes you think of a lot of things. Of various different severities. It does kind of make you giggle a little bit, and by giggle I mean he absolutely does not giggle over the fact that Gort attempted to hand you a book about the Shadowfell, which is one of the, planes around the material plane, and the word offering could mean many things depending on if it has to do with a deity or an entity or institution. But the words plainer, next to offering, or near offering, in any capacity, does kind of spark confusion.
Is there a date on this ledger entry talking about a planar offering? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's about 22 years ago.
Wow, that's great.
Reginald, you made a fucky wucky.
Almost. He's not.
Papa Dyer made a fucky wucky.
Yes! We got another one. Oh, Papa Dyer make and
Papa
Illidor making fucky wuckies.
What seems to be some kind of planar offering, and if there was a bastard child. These are not equivalent.
Oh, this is quite terrible.
She laughs.
I believe Mr. Gore might have hit another home run. Accidentally, I might say. He's going to. Is the lady that works here anywhere around here?
They have wandered off to a different corner again, and you can vaguely see them over there, but one time that they seemed to glance up, they saw Dodie and just immediately went back to work.
Cool. Can I make an Arcana check on this book, the binding and stuff, and also maybe the room, and see if hypothetically, if one were to steal this ledger, is this the kind of ritzy place where, someone would be notified, or
ledger or the book on the family?
The ledger. I've written down all the stuff.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check.
Why not just
I feel like
just tear out the page.
That's a really great idea, actually.
Just does it. Tear out the page. Take it with us.
He looks around. He rips it out and closes it and says to walk out. Puts it back.
Yep. You two close back up the gate, which locks immediately when you close it. As the locks are quite nice and quite quality, as there's some very delicate information in that section.
No.
And you both climb back down the ladder and begin to walk around the library, I'm assuming trying to find Gore.
It's a fair assumption.
Who you find standing in one of the very narrow walkways between two shelves, just...
Mr. Gore.
Huh?
We're leaving. We're leaving right now, Mr. Gore.
Okay. Follows them.
Do you all leave in a group, or are you leaving separately?
I think at one point he's gonna hold his hand out to kind of stop Dodie on her shoulder, and takes Gore by the shoulder next and pushes him forward. As the two of them will probably leave first.
Okay. You open the double doors back out into the hallway, and Gore, I would like you to make a perception check.
That's a nat 20.
Mrs. Broadcliff is directly down the hallway from you as she's walking past one of the doors. And she turns and sees you both exit the library.
Does only Gore see this?
I'm assuming Gore would step out and look up and see that and kind of stall for a second, so you would probably look up the hallway as well. I'm assuming Gore. Unless you're being super secretive.
No.
We booking it. Is she alone?
She looks to be closing a door currently. Like she by herself is leaving the room, but she's closing the door behind her.
Okay. Arethar's gonna stand, like, kind of like just outside of the library for just a moment and make like a little bit of prolonged eye contact with her. Turn slowly, start to walk. What?
We were all singing the prolonged eye contact thing.
Oh. And start to walk down the hallway.
She does kind of stand still as she watches you begin to leave through the door. Or through the stairwell. Dodie, I'm assuming you walk out moments later.
She's gonna take a second, say thanks to the person who let her in the restricted section. Be like, thank you so much, that was so helpful. I found exactly what I needed. Oh, you're a dream. And then leaves.
It's like, yeah. And you walk out the door and make a perception check.
Wow, great. 16.
You also look down the hallway and see she has walked down the hall further, but you see Mrs. Broadkith about to turn the corner and disappear down one of the other hallways, who also makes eye contact with you.
When she does, she kind of puts her hand over her heart and keeps walking.
She
back down
nods to you slightly. Arethar and Gore, you make your way down the stairs and pass in front of that desk again with the guy who perks up as you leave. Did you find what you're looking for?
Yes, absolutely. We just scoured a bit and wrote it down. Oh, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Loads more helpful than everyone else has been in the city. Have a nice rest of your day and evening and etc.
Of course, if you ever need to check anything out, there's always come back.
Absolutely.
You see that he begins to mark something down on a piece of parchment and files it away as you two begin to leave.
No. Can I make... Is it passive perception check? Would I be to see what it was, or can I assume that it was just like these people leaving and marked it off?
That's what it seemed like mostly. He didn't seem to be like...
Okay. I'm suspicious of everything.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you two start to walk towards the annex again?
Yeah. The way that we came.
Yeah. So you two begin to walk that way. As Dodie, you descend the stairs as well. And see that there is a different person at the desk than who initially said something to you. And he kind of looks up at you.
Have a good afternoon. He's walking.
You too. You just walk away. He kind of like looks around at his desk a little bit for another piece of paper. There is none. You walk out through the atrium.
Oh man.
There is just stuff happening in the atrium. It's getting quieter now as it is getting later into the afternoon and towards the evening. As you all walk back towards the annex, meeting up and walking inside, you see that Jen has a small plate of food and another glass of water with a umbrella in it. It's a different color this time. This time it's purple. And she's kind of picking at her food a little bit. And you can see that she's picking at it with one hand because she's very clearly just painted her nails on the other hand. And she looks up as the three of you enter. Hi.
A favor to ask you. I'm really sorry about this.
Okay.
It won't happen probably ever again. Can I ask you to stay just until I leave the office today?
Sure, I'm just finishing up my food anyway.
Thank you. What? You got a new color today, or is it?
Yeah. I got this new one. It's like not quite pink, not quite red. It's like kind of in the middle.
Sure.
She shows it to you.
Very pretty.
Yeah.
Love it.
You can borrow it sometime if you want.
Probably will. Thank you. She ushers the gents into her office and closes the door behind her. She's my friend.
She deserves everything.
I'm gonna give her a raise. I don't have that.
You three walk back into Dodie's office and close the door behind you.
She goes down to her desk and she starts going.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Gore, may I see the book that you found and showed to me, please?
Oh, yeah. Brings out the Shadowfell book.
Or just you pocket
it.
Did you check that out or did you pocket it?
No, why would I check it out?
It was in the public section, so...
Yeah, it's fine.
I can get another one. He kind of places it on Dodie's desks and points to the title. That, mixed with the term, planar hand offering, makes me, quite distressed. I should say.
Hey. Kind of leans over to Arthur. You're gonna have to explain it better than that.
We're gonna elaborate. I was trying to tell Miss Lee that, but I wanted to wait until...
So I'm just making sure.
There was a first prince, Mr. Gore, a secret first prince that died 15 years ago. That was... died 15 years ago and was born 21 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The specifics of his death are not specific, should I say, to keep it simple for you. But I found that information, and Miss Lee found a ledger, this ledger, and starts to hand it to Gore, but then pulls it back because you remember Gore couldn't read. And he kind of reads off the bringing cargo from Miel's home and then, like, this was dated 22 years ago. And it said planar hand offering.
Just planar and offering.
Planar and offering. I thought it said hand. Yes, I don't know why.
The accent.
I wouldn't put hand past this god, though. Planar hand offering.
That would make sense for the previous
Pretty much all the gods.
Yeah.
Oh, I put some pieces together in my head, you sick motherfucker.
So, I don't know what all you know about matters of the planes and whatnot, but they're typically not good.
Assume I know nothing.
Alright.
I do know stuff, just assume I don't.
There are different planes. There's this one, and there's the Shadowfell, and kind of slaps his hand on the book, and there's the Feywild, and then there's a couple of other ones. Shadowfell is where that's still where the monsters live in he knows that, right? That's common.
Yeah, it's a bit strange in my world. I can also read this little blurb I have about the planes, specifically in this world, or in my construction, if that would help.
Yeah, if you could just read that, and then I can say that I said it.
Yeah.
It works.
Because he would know this. He especially.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, the plane's constructions have been debated throughout Yoon's history, but the system that had been agreed upon and then confirmed by the Divine was this nesting egg of layered realms. And at the center of this layered reality lie the three composed worlds. the material plane and its mirrored brethren, the Feywild and the Shadowfell. The Feywild and the Shadowfell sit overlapping but separated from the material plane, existing within each other yet lying outside the material reach or touch or visibility. The Feywild mirrors the material plane to a degree, but its constant shifting and expounding nature leaves it often seen as an interpretation of reality, and often sees itself above the material plane. The Shadowfell mirrors the material plane in a more direct way. What lies in the material plane, physically, is mirrored in the Shadowfell. What is light is muted. What grows and thrives becomes withered and gnarled. The whispers of the Shadowfell exist in the dark corners and deep shadows of the material plane, forever behind and watching. So certain monsters do come from the Shadowfell if they are the fucked up versions of something that exists in the material plane. If that makes sense.
Okay. I mean, I know so. Sorry. Yes, it does make sense. He kind of relays that to Gore. Am I getting through to you?
Yes.
I'm going to believe you. This is, when he looks over at you, Dodie, this is sort of where you come in. I don't want to...
She is not crying, but her eyes are teary. Okay, folks, strap in. She absolutely does, like, pull her legs up and sits in her chair awkwardly. I'm going to start with the assumption that you two know absolutely nothing about the gods. Specifically, I'm sure that you probably don't know a lot about Jair and Oliel. The Whispering Companion and the Sage Queen are considered to be twins. The Queen, before she was married for sure, and I don't know for how long, or if it's still the case, was a follower of Jair. My parents have dedicated their lives to Oliel. Now, stop me if you've heard this one before. Sometime around 21 years plus 9 months ago, a couple that had tried for years desperately to have a child finally had one. After some form of bargaining with their deity. And had a completely healthy, normal child. Absolutely wonderful. And then 6 years later, one of them dies, or is pulled into some other kind of dimension. The other one is sick for 8 months straight. And when she wakes, she begins to receive visions of gods and man at war with each other, pulling apart from each other the very fabric of reality, tearing at the seams. Because nobody will listen. And you know, suddenly, they've been getting worse. in the lead up to my birthday, and all of a sudden, for the first time ever, I have one in the middle of the day, and I can hear him screaming and reaching for me. So this boy, this Taphael, has been my double from day one. And now he is trapped. And I have to find him. She is trying really hard to stay composed right now.
Aerith's gonna look over at Gore for just a second before sitting up and looking at Jody. Mission. I suppose this has side-railed into... I've been on this side-railed into this mirror bit, and up until... I would lie and say up until the library, but I believe up until this moment I didn't think overall it had any real value beyond the family situation, the royal family situation. I'm not big on everything happens for a reason. This is definitely happening to you for a reason, and two of us are here for a reason. And in whatever way you want to make it stop, or let it continue or improve it, I will help you until it is settled.
I feel so stupid because this has been under my nose every day for years now, and I wouldn't have started looking if you hadn't shown up.
Not stupid. How could you have known? The room just down the hall, essentially. How could you have known to look there?
I don't know what there is to do except to help him. Either to find freedom or to rest, whichever the case might be. But I am so angry. So, back to plan A, B, C, 12, whatever.
C4.
Heyo.
C4?
Not a bad plan. We talk to her again. Hopefully get a little bit more information this time. And figure out what we need to do to get in there.
That does seem to be the most reasonable course of action. I don't think it's a good idea to ask around anymore. We know who has what we need. What time is it? PM. During the day. Like in game.
It has become night.
Okay.
Yeah, the sun at this point is basically setting. Yeah, / you know the point where it's like it's basically set, but you can still kind of see the colors. You're at that point.
Yeah.
Whatever time that is.
I believe that we should all maybe return to our respective residences, since it's getting late. And maybe before you go, you can send some kind of notice to her, unless you think we could catch her before.
Well, it's not like she leaves. She's a governess.
And there will be less people here this evening.
Do we dare to walk into the building after knowing what happened to you two last night?
They weren't hurt. I mean...
Also, your friend might be there.
Maybe.
What friend are you referring to?
I believe
the
your
mirror one.
Other half, or whatever.
Your birthday bestie.
Oh, my twin! something. Carrying over the Sage Queen Whispering Companion twin dynamic from the last campaign.
We love to see it.
Oh, fuck me.
You said you didn't want to be last this time.
I sure didn't.
Right out the gate.
I'm glad it's all coming out in session 3
Take it.
instead of session 50. Oh my god.
I think that knowing that we can at least turn around and turn back is comforting.
Relatively helpful.
Ish.
I think that I don't know what I think. Hello, Molly.
She knows what you think.
She thinks, give me dinner now. Who cares if it's 2 a.m.?
We're almost to the end, I promise.
No, it's okay. I'm making fun of the cat. I think that if this is something we're going to do, I'd like to get more information out of her first, before we wander into the Atrium of Darkness. I also don't think we should be split up tonight.
Probably why.
I don't have a whole lot of extra space, but I can make something nice.
Alright. If you're sure.
Yeah. Would you rather go find her now or in the morning?
The kitchen's still open. Could you go get your friend to get one of the kitchen girls and get her before we leave?
That's a good idea. I won't delegate that. I'll go tell them you guys.
You hear echoing from outside somewhere a large crash of sorts, sounding like it's
just
coming
me
from
or
the main
everybody.
building. This time, everybody. Sounding like
let's
it's
go
coming
look
from
out
the
the
main building.
Let's go into the lobby and look out the window.
You look out the
Is
window.
Jen still here?
Yeah, you do hear what sounds like a something dropping on the floor outside as you hear her go, "Oh shit!" You look out the window, and it is darker than you expect it to be, and it's very hard to see.
Of course, going outside.
Doty's going outside.
And
You
Arthur will follow him.
rush out past Jen, who is kind of still holding her nails up a little bit, like she's checking to see if she fucked him up when she dropped something, and sees you all rush past and is like, "What the fuck?" As you rush through the front doors of the annex and see the door entering into the Crown offices is standing wide open.
Is there any visible destruction, like parts of the building caved in?
Not on the outside.
Oh, joy.
At least not from
Cora's
this
gonna
section that you can see.
Oh,
Cora's gonna start running at the door, but as he starts running, Jen, I'll key you in later.
Okay. Please do, because, holy shit. Gore, you rush in. Doty, as you are beginning to follow behind him, you get a flash of a shadow seeping from the doorway. And then another of a small hand reaching out. I'm assuming that you run in with Gore.
Is it a whole hand or is it just a shadow of a hand?
It's like you blink for a second and you see a small hand reaching out towards you behind your eyes.
Oh. Yeah. She sees that, kind of shakes her head for a second. Looks at Arathar, and you just see panic in her eyes, and she runs in.
He's gonna run after her.
As you all begin to rush in, you start to hear this howling wind again. It seeps in at first like a draft and then grows louder and louder, and as you turn the corner, you can see the empty hallway, and surrounding the corner, the schoolroom door stands ajar, though it is much farther than before. It is standing basically all the way open. You can hear the echoing draft and then slowly seeping in, as if carried on the wind, music. Soft, wistful violin. I'm assuming you guys are running to the schoolroom.
Yeah.
We sure are, buddy.
Rushing
leading the way
down the hall, it is darker than you would expect. Though the color in your vision is still there, each shadow appears more muted and deeper than before. Rushing to the door of the schoolroom, moonlight filters in through the hazy window, casting light on, as you see now, overturned chairs and scattered books. And you can see the ceiling itself looks to be cracked and shattered in places, as well as the cracks crawling down along the walls and into the stone floor, though the mirror you see across the room is virtually untouched. It remains intact and in its place, and completely void now, for some reason, of dust or debris.
Oh, God.
She's gonna run up to that mirror.
Dodie, the aching in the cage of your chest where the lock should be closed but has long since been broken returns.
Oh, great.
The shiver up your spine rests again at the nape of your neck as you finally turn to look at the mirror as you begin to approach, and you hear that voice begin to filter in through the wind again. Look. You approach closer, your body almost moving in a trance as the hairs on the back of your arms stand up and your fingers begin to tingle again. You finally stare into the cracked, reflective surface. The other two of you begin to see as the cracks slowly, as if growing, begin to appear on the mirror. The ones that Dodie saw there the entire time. And as you finally stare into the surface, Dodie, you see someone else entirely staring back. You all begin to approach behind Dodie as you are frozen for a moment, seeing this figure in almost marbled and shaded appearance, like you can't fully see through the mirror like glass, but you can tell that there is another person standing there. And as the two of you approach behind Dodie, the mirror shatters, exploding out towards the three of you, showering you all in pieces of broken mirror. You feel as the shadow from beneath the mirror begins to grow and envelop around all of you. The wind whips around you as the music grows louder and louder still. And you realize that the cold numbing of the night has seeped in through the windows and is overtaking you. It is growing out of the mirror towards all of you, and you begin to feel as the world begins to turn black and dark. Are you doing anything?
Oh my God.
Oh.
She's gonna grab them both by their hands.
Can I cast, I feel like we're just kind of at that point. Can I cast Protection from Evil and Good twice?
Sure. Yes.
That's, I think, the only thing you can do. Actually.
Follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Okay.
3 times. Once on myself, once on her, and once on him.
Cool. Gore, anything you're doing in this split second? You have very little time.
I don't think so, because I think we're knocked down, right?
You are like knocked back a little bit. You are like teetering on your heels.
He's just kind of gonna take a defensive position.
Okay. The wind continues to billow out from this black void inside the mirror as the shadows begin to grow and swirl around you, growing darker and darker and darker. You watch as in front of you, your own hands, everything in your vision begins to become grayscale. And finally, the world turns dark.
Man. We just got sent to the Shadow Realm. We lost the duel.
But if we believe in the heart of the cards...
We gotta believe in the heart of Yugi's cards now. He's the only one that can save us.
The three of you wake, finally, on the cold, hard floor. your senses returning as you realize you are awake, you are conscious. The three of you are still there as you lie on your sides on this cold floor and see each other. And as you sit up, heads pounding, music no longer filling your ears, that you are still in the schoolroom. Well, you're in a schoolroom. And I think that's where we'll end it tonight. Ta-da!
Man.
So I know that one went a little bit longer than I was expecting, but I really needed you guys to get to that point.
Oh, we had to get sent to timeout.
So, anything else that we need to wrap up before I turn the stream off?
Worst birthday ever.
Birthday Eve?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna get in the morning. Because if not, shut up. I'm kidding, I love you.
Oh, I'm having such a time.
I did say I wanted to go first this time.
You did. And I
Yeah.
took that to heart. It's session 3, baby. Welcome.
You know what?
That's
you know
very
what?
nice.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Oh,
okay. Well, I'm tired and I want to do stickers because I feel like somebody deserves stickers. So, oh, hello, Kat.
Dodie deserves a sticker.
Yes, so I'm going to end the stream. So, exactly, Tyler.
Yes.